giving me the space. This is close to me because I'm actually spacing from Jos right now, and I'm an indigenous of Benue, where I was born and brought up in Jos. I have my leanings back to Southern Kaduna. My grandmother is from Southern Kaduna, so I'm touched in every angle as far as these kids are concerned. But I just want to bring one perspective to this issue. Someone mentioned the fact that something happened somewhere in Oyo State, and Buhari went in 2001 to actually go and defend the Fulanis in regards to this issue that was happening there. But that's how far this thing has been happening, even here in Plateau. Because way back in the 2001, to be precise, around that period where the September 11 took place, Jos was having its first major crisis. And after that incident, this has been going on. I'm not. I don't know how many people are here that knows the southern part of Plateau, especially Lantang, to be precise. These same marauders, these same terrorists, were actually attacking those places in those days. And what really happened was that Lantang is known to be a place where, for every household, there's one person who is actually retired in military or is serving military personnel in every household. Almost every household has a background of the military. So it was easy for them to defend themselves because almost everyone is like a soldier in that place. And they defended themselves against these marauders. They've been there since 2001. So if we are in 2022 and then we are seeing this thing happening, it is the same model operandi we're doing then in 2001, and it's the same thing they're doing as we speak right now. They kill women, pregnant women, kill children, kill everybody. But in the case of the Lantern, because why people didn't hear about them is because it was during the Obasanjo time, and the social media was not as much as it is right now. And then there was no social media as far as I'm concerned then, and people could not understand what's going on then. But they defended themselves and they pushed back these Fulani marauders. So I'm only bringing this perspective for us to see that this has been going on for a very long time. And my problem what's really their motive behind all this, because it's not something that just started happening now. And in the case of the Southern Tribunal, we've seen a situation whereby the government are complicit as far as this is. Government has a hand in it. I'm not talking about the federal government as it is. If you remember very well, I think it was in 2018 or so, 20 somewhere back, some few years ago, when they attacked the Southern Kaduna people, and the government of Buhari through Shehu, what's his name, the aide came out and was defending the marauders. They were defending the terrorists, saying that these people were actually revenging what already happened in 2011. And if you recall back what happened in 2011, 2011 there was a crisis after the election of between Buhari and North, and as such, the Southern Kaduna too reacted as what was happening back all over the places in the north. But when the killings happened recently, the government came out to say that those people were actually revenging what happened in 2011. And who was involved in 2011? Buhari was the one involved in 2011, because that was when he came out with the statement that the voters should stand out, kill, or start. I mean, to defend their vote and make sure that they deal with anyone who stands in their way and so on and so forth. So in reaction to those things, that was why the crisis took place in 2011. If we could recall very well, uh, some couples were killed down in the north, and Jonathan had to compensate the families and things like that. So you could see that all those things are intertwined, and the government is actually colluding with them. A senior member of this country, senior citizen of this country, who was one time Minister of Defense of this country and Chief of Army Staff, came out to say that the army and whoever is out there are actually colluding with these terrorists. So it is not something that this is a state-sponsored terrorism. This is a state-sponsored genocide. This is a state-sponsored collusion. The idea, and it's not about the fact that we are supposed to depend on government to do something, because someone who is actually perpetrating something, you're expecting him to actually, at the end of the day, they're actually the problem. So this is a big problem, and it's left for us to do the right thing come 2023, because that's the first step in making sure that there's a solution to this problem. The first step is to remove the evil APC remove those who are actually perpetrating and aligning with these terrorists, and putting a government which will be responsive to its people. That's the first step. And the second step is actually self-defense. I told you about the Lantan case. It was about self-defense. And anywhere they see any resistance, they stay away from those places. The killings go on because there's no resistance. The killing go on because nobody is actually giving them back. They've been the aggressors and nobody is giving them back in their own coin. And that's why it is happening like this. I yield the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. It's a very, very unfortunate thing. And I don't know how people try to rationalize and politicize this. And that is why one of the first things I said when I came up with it, a little while ago is remember humanity. In context, I actually did see some people tweeting and defending this killing. Like, I don't understand how you will come defend the murder of people. And I really like your submission. You said we need to remove these people, remove the government because they don't care about us. They really do not care. Thank you very much for your submission. I won't analyze that too much. I will just pass the mic over to Bolande, and I'm glad Stephen is back here. I will add you back right now. Um, I'll take Bolande. After Bolande, I will take Stephen. So over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, Bishop, Wayne Pels, everyone else. And in this second space I've been up for most of the night, I kind of was on another space. I've cried, I screamed, I've been angry all through because problem that has existed, and I've always maintained that as long as the political will to stop things like this there, it will continue. From my research, um, since 1980, so this is how far back it goes, they're estimating that between 10,000 and 20,000 people have been killed in southern Kaduna. So it's not a small. And if you then look at the whole middle belt and the number of killings that's happened, you know, I get angry when when people justify it. What did the child do to warrant being killed? I mean, these people kill people because they say they kill their cow. I mean, it's like there's no justification for this genocide that's happening. I mean, Buhari doesn't say anything because he doesn't care. Somebody on the other space, she's from South Kaduna, and she said, "Look, we have, they've gotten to a point where they almost accept that no help is coming, nobody cares. Every year, clockwork, towards the end of the year, they will go there and massacre them. Even when they try and defend themselves, the government, that's when the government suddenly will not let them. Or if you hear the government say anything, it tells them not to retaliate. Not to retaliate. And when then in the international community asks questions, you call it a farmer herders conflict. I, I mean, it's like I don't understand. I don't understand. Anywhere else in the world, if this was happening, everybody would be crying. As it is, more people have been killed by terrorists in Nigeria than in the Ukraine war. They're at war. They've been at war for 8 months. And we have more people who have died. And people want to look away or they don't want to have those difficult conversations. In the other space, we were talking about the historical context. Because people they talked about Hausa and Fulani and communities that have grown up together and what changed, what dynamics, what has changed, and the rest of it. And I said, look, I remember when Buhari decided to call all his kindreds from wherever they are in the world to come to Nigeria. I'm like, at the time, people did not take it to mean anything. But what have we then seen? An escalation in the killing of people, and it is always the food belt. It is the grain belt of Nigeria. It is the food belt. There's a time I actually, because people kept on saying it's political. It's not political alone. There are so many sides to this. There's an ethnic side to it, where one ethnic group wants to subjugate others. There's a religious side to it, where whole, villages of Christians are wiped out because it's like, and then when you think about there's a financial side to it, because I went and I dug out and I did research on the resources we have in our land, and the places where people are killed the most are the places that are so rich in mineral deposits. And you say to yourself, hold up, is this what the government is this why the government is doing this? I know somebody said something about, oh, if that was the case, they will come to the Delta region. They don't have, they have already captured it in their way. But who owns all the oil wells in the Delta region? It's not the indigents. That they have just suffered the degradation of their environment with nothing to show for the years that the government has pumped oil, sold oil, benefited from oil. It is not that. This is what we call a land grab. If nothing happens, if nothing changes in the next 20 to 30 years, indigenous communities would have been up, they would have been uprooted from their historical land. We Southern Borno, people are in ITP across the middle belt, across in the north, but then people were quiet before because in the south, it's not that problem, but now it's now in the south. The government is complicit in it. Go and listen to anything that Peter Obi has said about insecurity. He has made it very clear that the government is complicit. Because even though it has gone on and on, the army has not done anything about it. The police, all they know how to do is harass young people. They're not doing anything. In fact, they collude. They collude. I'm tired. I'm gonna wind up now because I'm getting wound up again and I don't want to cry. Everyone's up now in my household and I've cried plenty already. So I'm gonna yield the mic at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Maya. And this is a very unfortunate situation. Honestly, that's putting it mildly. The government of the day, they really do not care. They do not care about us. I was actually reading some comments and it really, really breaks my heart because some people really do not have where to go this festive period. You're supposed to be at home celebrating with your loved ones, but these unfortunate souls have displaced a lot of people. Very sad right there. I'll pass the mic over to Stephen. Hi, Stephen. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. That's a very intentional question because I know this is so very close to home for you. And
Yeah,
I'm really sorry about that. Please go
thank
ahead.
yeah. Thank you so much for having me. It's been another period of mourning for us, this is not the first time. There've been nights where we lost 300 people in one night. Sadly, it didn't really make headline like we are having today. Yeah, it's been killings, and the question is, why are they killing people in the middle belt? So, in Kaduna, Benue, Plateau. And I went digging and I saw a publication written by Dr. Stephen Davis, an Australian negotiator who was an advisor for Obasanjo and was an advisor to Yaradua. He played key roles in the Niger Delta militant solution that eventually came under Yaradua. And he said something that struck me. He said, when Obasanjo was president, he did a research up north in Nigeria. He discovered that Islamist fundamentalists were mobilizing and already training militias. Um, they were about to unleash on the country, and he submitted a report. You could Google him, Dr. Stephen Davis. You will see some of the publications he made. He said he submitted a report to the government, and the National Security Advisor then, General Mukhtar, a Fulani man, dismissed what he wrote in his report, that they were mere speculations. And according to the Australian, subsequent national security advisors kept on dismissing his warning. And these national security advisors were Northerners. And then boom, Boko Haram came. And then we are where we are today. So, and I tell people that these killings, um, it's beyond just a political solution, so to say. It's beyond just having a president that is capable and willing, because if you look at the dimension of these killings and why these killings are happening, you will understand that it's just beyond somebody being in Astor Rock and wants to use security to stop the killings, because even some of the top guys in the security um, sectors have already keyed into these agendas that is already unfolding before our eyes. Talking about Southern Kaduna, I want to shock most of you here today to tell you that this attack didn't start in 2015. It started as far back as 2011. When I say attack, I mean communities are invaded by strange people and shooting sporadically, killing and butchering people. And someone asked me a question that they can just shoot these people and let them die. Why do they have to butcher them? Yeah, it has a psychological implication, try to make it look gory, try to make it look like so that people really know that, yeah, not just to shoot people, you have to butcher them, you have to tear up pregnant women's stomach, bring out the babies, and also kill them. So now, 2011, we started having this kind of attack, but that does not dispute the fact that there's been ethno-religious crisis in Kaduna. We have the Sharia crisis of the year 2000. We have the post-election crisis of 2011. After the post-election crisis, for the first time in our history, we started having this kind of village raid and attack. In 2013, over 300 people were killed in this same local government we are talking about today, Kara local government. Um, but the difference is the handling of the crisis. Then we had a government who at least showed empathy. The governor visited, the governor who was a Muslim then, the Hausa man, visited Southern Kaduna, empathized with the people, relief materials were sent down there. But since 2015, we have a different government, a different pharaoh entirely, who doesn't get relief material. And I heard somebody say 1980 to 10,000. I mean, I don't know, but it's funny. Uh, Between 2019 to date alone, we've counted over 10,000 deaths. Sorry, between 2015 to date alone, over 10,000 deaths. I mean, that's a huge number. And this year alone, uh, plus or minus, at least 200, sorry, I'm saying 200, at least 1,000 people have been killed between January and date in Southern Kaduna. I mean, but it's just a number. These days, the lives of Nigerians have been reduced to just numbers. If you hear somebody asking how many, if you say 10, they say, and it's not much, Joe. That's how bad it is, because we are so used to these killings, and we've now normalized it. And you hear arguments, somebody is saying it's just 80, somebody is saying it's 50. I mean, but in similar time, just one life is enough for the president to cancel his visit. It's enough for the president to go down there to see what has happened. But it's been 5 days since the massacre of 40 people, 35 and 5 before 35. You know, the president had not issued any condolence message. The governor had not gone there to see for himself what had happened. There've not been any relief material sent down there, and the people are on their own. Last year, September, I attended a mass burial in the same Malagu community where 38 caskets were lowered into the ground. And when we went to pick the bodies, um, they were already decomposing because, of course, it's a rural area where they don't really have facilities to take care of bodies. And from that day, it took me 5 days to be able to eat solid food. I was only taking maybe coffee because, I mean, it affected me. And then those who witnessed the mass burial a day before yesterday said the same thing. The bodies were already bad. And prior to now, when these killings happen, we just gather our dead bodies and bury them as if they are dogs. But in Kaura, to be precise, I must give credit to them. They always try to give these bodies a befitting burial, sort of like put them in casket, identify the corpses, the bodies, and even write names on the casket, at least. So the families would know that, okay, yeah, my loved one was buried here. But other communities, just gather them together, push them into a hole, and that's all. There's no memorial. There's nothing. There's nothing to show. And communities have been taken over by these terrorists. I heard somebody talk about mineral resources. Yes. Let me take us back. In 2016, when the current waves of attacks started in southern Kaduna, it started in Njenje, and Njenje is in Jemaah local government area, the same area where the nickel deposit was discovered. In fact, mining will soon begin there because there's an Australian firm which has been given mining license to mine the nickel. And the nickel discovered in southern Kaduna is one of the best in the world, according to the reports of the geologists. They said that it's near surface, so mining costs, of course, relatively will be low. And those communities where the nickel was found started being attacked from 2016. You remember in December 2016, Buska community was attacked on Christmas Eve, like today. In fact, today we are expecting an attack anywhere in southern Kaduna because every Christmas Eve, these terrorists will come and attack. Yesterday, they went to the same Kaura local government to attack again. So they are not going to stop. But the question is, they will come and attack the community today, come tomorrow, come next tomorrow. They keep coming. I mean, the God, you can imagine like how daring they are, and yet we have a government in place. So, of course, those communities, the host communities where the nickel deposit was found, have witnessed series of attacks since 2016. And sometimes I'm tempted to believe that the attack around that area might have something to do with the deposit there. But we also have to look at the land, the vegetation of um, the area. The terrorists, the Fulani terrorists, want this vegetation. They want this area. So you can also not dispute the fact that it has something to do with land because we've had instances where communities are attacked, the villagers are chased away, and the terrorists now come to occupy these communities. There's been hundreds of communities that have been displaced and taken over by these terrorists. In 2020, the state governor came on air to say that no community has been um, occupied by the terrorists. So I and some friends, we went, hired a drone, we flew the drone around communities where originally used to be um, belong to indigenous people, and the drones captured the terrorists, some of them wielding AK-47 with their cows. And the moment we made public footage from the drone, he stopped talking about proof that communities are being occupied. So there's a deliberate attempt by the government to downplay what is happening and most times also make excuses for the killers. We've had El-Rufai come on air to try to dismiss the killings as reprisals. We've heard him come on air to say that they are communal clashes. We've heard him come on air to say that they are banditry. We've heard him come on air to say that it has to do with climate change. It doesn't make sense. As a government, you should be telling us what you are doing to stop the killing instead of telling us what the killing is all about. I mean, there's no point explaining. Just stop the killing. Because human lives have been lost. Then in 2016 April, he came on air to tell the world that his government had identified those carrying out the killing in different parts of Africa, and they've gone there and offered them monetary compensation to stop the killing. And I was laughing. I said, "Who does that? I mean, these are international terrorists whom you said you've identified, and the best way you think you are supposed to handle the issue was to pay them money." And since he made that confession, the killings intensified, the casualty figures like skyrocketed, everything went haywire. So if you ask somebody like me, I will tell you that the money he offered those terrorists were actually used to acquire more weapons. That's the only explanation. But he's a free man today, and sadly, Tinubu has made him his security advisor. The Nigerians are funny, you know. And this is somebody who has not been able to secure his state, and he is the one speaking on security for another terrible set of leaders who are trying to grab power. So, I love what the last speaker said. It's about a tiny tribe trying to impose dominance over the entire country. Some may not understand this. I went to Zamfara before I left Nigeria. I went to Zamfara, I went to Katsina, I went to Sokoto, I went to most of these northern states, and I was trying to find out who are the victims of these killings and who are the aggressors. And then I realized that the indigenous Hausa people, who though are Muslims, have been at the receiving end of these killings in Zamfara and other parts of the north. Does that make sense? Yes, it made a lot of sense. It means that the Fulanis who have been alleged to be perpetrators of these killings, at least the governor of Katsina State came out on national TV and said, yes, that the bandits are Fulani herdsmen. We've had several other governors, including El-Rufai himself. He has admitted that they are herdsmen. So it's more of a racial kind of killing, trying to impose the hegemony over everybody in the country. And if you look at the current government, you will understand that they've done everything deliberately to make sure that these killings continue unabated. You know, look at the security architecture, look at the heads of the security. Because I was telling someone yesterday, I said, yes, the military can actually play a role in stopping these killings. How? Deploy commanders that are not from the north, maybe from the south, send them up north because these terrorists have camps in the north. Let them flush these guys. But you carry somebody who is from the same area that already has a biased mindset about the killing to go provide security. For instance, we have Major General Ibrahim Ali, who is the commandant of the 3 Division Nigerian Army in Jos, Plateau State. Last year, the Plateau people wrote a petition accusing the man of shielding the Fulani terrorists because he himself is a Fulani man, and they also demanded that he be removed. The army never removed him. The same General Ibrahim Ali is in charge of Operation Safe Haven, which is unusual. He's the commandant of 3D and also he's in charge of Operation Safe Haven. And Operation Safe Haven is a military task force which covers Kaduna, Plateau, Benue, and Bauchi State. Sorry, Kaduna, Plateau, and Bauchi State. Now, this same man has been accused by victims that the soldiers sent out on this operation do not protect the people. Instead, sometimes they end up providing cover for the terrorists. The attack that happened on Sunday, I was reading the speech of the bishop during the mass burial, the bishop of Kafanchan, and he said that the eyewitness account, they said at 9 a.m. that Sunday, four Hilos vehicles belonging to the Nigerian army came to the community to patrol. And that gave the people some sense of security, like, okay, since we have soldiers around here. Because there was already tension. Remember, 4 days before that Sunday, there was an attack where three people were killed. So at 10:45 p.m., the four Hilos vehicles disappeared into thin air. Then a gun truck arrived. The reason why it makes sense that indeed a gun truck was at the scene of the attack, when you look at the ammunitions recovered, those are high caliber rounds. Those are not AK-47 ammunition. So it means the machine gun was actually at the site or at the scene of the attack. And according to the villagers, the moment the gun truck arrived, the shooting began. So, I mean, it means one thing: the Nigerian army was there, either to provide cover for the terrorists or take part in the killing. And this is not the first time. In June this year, we traveled to Kajuru. That was a month before I fled the country. There was an attack in Kajuru, and the villagers had told us that an attack helicopter was present during the attack, you know, and the state government said the helicopter was there to engage the terrorists. And the question is, not a single terrorist was injured or killed during the attack. But the villagers said the helicopter was also shooting at the villagers. We recovered bullet shells that are similar to the ones recovered from this community a few days ago. So there's collusion, like Tiwai Danjuma will say. But I kept telling people, I said, Tiwai Danjuma is not an ordinary citizen. This is a former army chief who has seen it all here. He's somebody that took place in virtually all the military coups in Nigeria. And if somebody of his status is coming out to say that the military is colluding with the terrorists, then I mean, I see no reason why we should still be thinking about what is happening. But that is the situation. And the bottom line is there's already a humanitarian crisis in those areas. They need all the support to now they don't have a home to stay. And it's going to affect the demographic of the area because they didn't just kill people or injure people, they also burned down their houses. So their businesses are gone. So you see, these killings or these attacks have so many implications or consequences, rather, which might also affect the outcome of the next election. But sadly, like I said earlier, we must do more than just talking about it. Nigerians must be ready to hit the street to demand for accountability. I know there will be fear of people being shot or a repeat of the NSAS, but then something needs to be done. We must take our destinies in our hands. It's happening in Enugu, it has happened in Delta before, it has happened in Ebonyi, it has happened in Rivers, it's happening everywhere. And those accused of these killings are the same people, the Fulani helping. What do they want? They want your land, they want my land. So it's up to us if we're going to allow them to have their way. I don't know, but it's indeed a very sad situation. Let me just yield the mic for now. If there's need, I might come back to speak more on this later. Thank you very much.
Hmm, that's very, 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 very deep. Very, very deep. My heart was just breaking listening to you speak, Steve. Just imagine paying money to terrorists. Imagine rewarding bad behavior. And now you're here counting human lives like peanuts. Just imagine. And this is 5 whole days, not no visit, no relief materials, not even a condolence message. Like, these people, what do they even take us for? I don't understand. And Steve is saying Christmas, this is Christmas Eve, and people are already expecting to be attacked. Just imagine they have a timetable. You know you're going to get attacked today, and you know that the government you voted into power is going to do nothing about it. Can you just imagine that? Same man that was assigned security question in Chatham House by this, I don't even want to mention his name. I don't want to give him that dignity, right? Ah, guys, if this does not get you angry, then I don't know what else is going to get you angry. I just don't understand. Steve, please, I'm going to appeal to you. Please hang around on stage with us. I know you're in a very busy place right now, but please do well to hang around with us on stage as much as possible. Ah, man, this is just too much. It's just way too much. Well, real quick, can you pass the mic over to I don't know. Let me just pass the mic over. I don't know if Bola is a lady. I would like for us to take a lady right now. Bola, are you there?
Hi, I've been on the queue. I don't know if
Oh, D, I mentioned your name earlier. Okay, yes, please go ahead. I actually did mention your name. Glad you're a lady. Please go ahead, dear. I'm sorry about
oh, no problem. Thank you, Pearls. Thank you, Bishop, and everybody here. Thank you so much to Stephen Ibanga, all of you who have, you know, witnessed these things, at close range. When you talk about it, I'm sure even you after that, you don't know how the person listening to you can actually experience, or should I say feel what you're talking about if they were not there seeing those things, that you saw and all of that. And of course, the summary, like Kefas has given, is the fact that there are there are actual people who have, planned like over decades to find, should I say, settling spots, within Nigeria. Like, why I mean over decades is that these communities, it really is a geography thing. Like I posted in the comments, the geography thing around the rivers. Right in the middle of Nigeria. There, anywhere you have rivers, you must still have very nice green vegetation and solid minerals. That are the most expensive commodity even to Western countries. When people talk about the West, the West should listen. I just feel that we are mortgaging our responsibility to, other people, maybe like the international community, because um, even their own footprint in many countries, in relation to crisis that's relating to solid minerals, are not, they don't necessarily end up, in a very nice rule. So it's not something that we should even wish that, let's say, the US or the UK or whoever decides that they want to come into Nigeria and help us, in quotes, fight foreigners who want to come and take over our land. So I just want to give a few, instances to how this thing has built up, and the fact that, um, should I say, our own, we the citizens, our own complacency might just end up having us lose our country, and none of us will have anywhere to go. Because if, for example, you divide your country into seven or even 10 places, which is not possible, you can imagine how these people can now maybe come and attack maybe the Biafran army or attack the Odudua, and if the entire Nigeria is not, bringing them down. And it is not true that they are just, a few people. They are a few in number, but they have actually been in charge of almost every sector of Nigeria and even around Africa for decades. And this is usually by force, like this, like what we're talking about. It's usually you come into a place, you create an emirate. Even people who are Nigerians and Fulani, but are not this, um, international, or should I say, a combination of West African slash North African um, militia groups who who, climate change, yes, has affected them, but not just climate change. They love your land. Your land is green. Your land, ends tapers into the ocean, into the Atlantic Ocean. By the time this thing was quite intense, let's say 10 years ago, Southern Kaduna was on fire, Benue was on fire, um, everywhere in the middle, of Nigeria was on fire. It didn't even seem as if up to 10 years later, such a hideous attack can happen in a place like Owo. So it has expanded, you get, from a very long time. Even in the 90s, there was a time somebody mentioned here about how the village, the people in Langtang in Plateau State, because they had a lot of military people in their families, and that's very true. Many of them, in the Air Force and all of that. WEAP was even like the APM, of the Air Force some years back. You know, if you remember in the 90s, if you check the news, you will see that there was a plane crash that killed almost like maybe over 100 military generals, top military generals, and more than half of them were from Kaduna, Benue, Taraba, Plateau. According to them, they were coming to leave them for a meeting to Lagos or something like that. It was something I don't even remember, but it was, so these plans are not even things that started even 10 years ago or even 20 years ago. This is something that we as, citizens in Nigeria need to start taking our sovereignty as a nation more seriously. Because if we decide to, say that we many Nigerians actually hate Nigeria. Most of us, are angry at Nigeria. If we have memes talking about how if you are born into a country called Nigeria, how the baby will look at. It tells us how much we loathe, the way the country is. Or if we lose it to people who are looking at this preciously, which are the Fulanis in Africa. They're not even the ones in Nigeria. Some of them are only just guards because if you open your mouth, they'll also come and kill you, you know. But there are many of them in Nigeria who we have seen over the years and the way the power has passed from one government to another, how they have stood on it, how they have held it, how they have, how they are still trying to make sure that either a Fulani man still gets into power or somebody who is Muslim. It's either that or, it has to be nobody else. Tells you that there's something really precious, which is all the solid minerals and land and everything that, Nigeria has. You also remember the plane crash that killed Governor Yakoa. Governor Yakoa was probably the first Southern Kaduna um, governor. Meanwhile, those people, the population is very much. Their land is so beautiful. If you drive through that place, you will see it. So you will know that these people are people who are inherently rich. You understand? And then you will now see why people are trying to, take over. Governor Yakowa was in a helicopter crash with General Azazi, who was the NSA, and the general to Obasanjo, and the NSA at that time was protecting these people because they had already started having this attack. So he was in the plane, heading to Yanagwa with Yakoa, that's Azazi and Yakoa, and some other, people, one policy or something, one other Southern Kaduna politician, and the plane just crashed and all of them died. How
Um,
many top?
I'm
I'll
so
be
I'm
rounding
so
up,
sorry
please.
to
Sorry,
interject. Okay, yes, please go ahead. Thanks.
yes. So how many top politicians of Yakoa standard does South Kaduna even have? So it tells you that many of those things are well planned, and like, for example, the former Totiv now, this is Benue now, whose village right now, as we speak, right now, if you send a drone there, they are actually Fulani headsmen, and they've been there for up to 5 years. When they came, scattered the entire village, killed all of his people. So it is something that requires all of us to be like, like everybody is saying here, the media, of course, first, which is what David Bain has done, and we just have to be very thankful that we are talking about this because he has brought it to the before in a way that is graphic enough, and thanks to people who actually made the documentary. And then we just need to continue talking about this. Talking alone is not enough, but you don't know what talking does. Talking actually does send the message out to people who have to do, their job, and at least it gives people a better perspective of what is actually happening. So they don't look at it as a Fulani versus a northern versus southern, eastern versus western, or whatever issue. Thank you very much for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you very much for your very good submission. We appreciate that. So, guys, moving on. Because of the sheer number of people on stage and a lot more requesting for the mic, I'd like to appeal that we stick to 3 minutes each for our submissions. So, I'll just pass the mic over real quick to Ibanga. Hello, how are you doing today, sir? Ibanga is Sine, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, while we wait for Ibanga, let's pass. Okay, sorry, Bishop, you want to say something? I thought I heard Bishop speak. Okay,
Okay,
Ntong, you have the mic. Please go ahead.
okay, thank you.
3 minutes.
I've heard quite a few people speak here. But what is still clear is that
I'm sorry driving. I'm sorry driving. I passed the mic over to Ntong. Ntong, are you ready to speak, or you just want driving to go ahead?
No, let him go ahead.
okay,
Okay,
I've heard so.
great.
It seems to me we still don't understand what we're dealing with in Nigeria. Stefan made very clear and valid points. Um, Again, when you say APC killings, that is assuming this just started. This predates Buhari. Started long before now. And I think it was way back around about 2009, I did an article on Sahara Reporters called Plateau State, the Land of Pieces and Terrorism. And if you want to understand what is going on in Nigeria, we all need to go back to Plateau State. We need to understand what happened there. That was where the template was developed. And what is this template? It touches on some of the things that Stephenson said. Basically, these people come, they take over communities, they expand, you know, and they have the full support of the security infrastructure in Nigeria. So they come even when you capture them during attacks, you hand them over to the police, they take them to Abuja, they release them, they go back again, they start over. And I made a prediction back then that a lot of us, especially in the South, were not taking notice of what is going on there, and that this was going to spread. And if you look around, it's moved from Plateau State, it went into Benue, it's gone into Kaduna State, it's now coming down south. Last time, if you go anywhere in the south now, even let's take Lagos as an example. Lagos has changed to a large extent. Has anybody gone to Allen at night? Look at the kind of people that are there. Go to Agege, look at those communities, they are gradually expanding. And all I can see, I was brought up in Plateau State. I lived in Plateau State. Kaguru, my parents lived there also. So when I speak with knowledge acquired over the years. Now, when I even look at Lagos, I see things that used to happen in Plateau State gradually. These people are coming in. There's not enough time. But yes, when we talk about various factors, there are religious factors, there are political factors, there's geography. But the key thing is that no matter who is in government, and I can say this with all honesty, even if Peter Obi comes into power today, unless that security infrastructure is overhauled, we are still going to have the same problem. If we go back some time, if we look at Dogo Nahawa, over 500 people killed in one day. How many people have been arrested? How many people have been prosecuted? Not a single person. And it's the same thing they are doing all over the place. So let's understand what we're dealing with. These people are coming in, it's a land grab. That's all it is. It's a land grab. And who are the people supporting them? And these people is not, even if you go into PDP, all the political parties, these people supporting these people, they cut across all parties. Because so we're going to be deluding ourselves to say, okay, if this person comes into power, then that is going to change. Unless there's a will, we overhaul the infrastructure. Until that is on the person that came closest to doing that was Obasanjo. And until that is done, we're just going to be running around in circles. I hear the mic.
Thank you very
Sorry,
much.
you know I can relate to what he's saying because during the
Mhm.
Dogona Hour crisis, I was still schooling in Jos. If you see dead bodies, scores upon scores upon scores of bodies. The first crisis in Plateau State, I think it was of 21st of October or November 2021. That was the first day I entered Jos Plateau State. We started hearing from Kogi State that they are fighting in Jos. We got to Mariban Jamaha, we couldn't enter. That was the first presence of military in Jos Plateau State. And like he said, he's very correct. The template was developed in Plateau State. Plateau State was used as specimen one, sampling,
Correct.
done, dusted. It's disheartening. I live in Lagos. If okay, there's a place in Festac. Let's just use Festac as an example. There's nowhere you are going in Festac that these people do not know if they want to take you. Just mention the name of the street. I was telling somebody who is checkmating these things. It is not just to give them money. It's not just to give them ticket and collect money from their hands. Who know these people? The day anything will stop, who can you hold responsible? There's a place in Ojo, Satellite, opposite close to a Navy town in Satellite. There's a community of them there, a full community of them there. I'm not saying it is wrong to migrate. All I'm saying is they are the good ones and they are the bad eggs. Who is checkmating this? If you are coming here to work or to do some certain things, who is checkmating what you are doing?
So if you sorry,
I
if
yield
if
my mic.
if I just add to what you've said, like if I just back to Jos again, for those who know Jos, growing up in Jos, I lived in an area called Jetta. It was quite multi-religious area. We could go anywhere. We could go to Bauchi Road. We could. I had uncles and aunts that lived not far away from the main mosque, which is Kachi, But just today, it's completely changed. So we have no-go areas for Christians and no-go areas for Muslims. So if you look around the areas around Bauchi Road, the mosque, all of those places, Christians, non-Muslims have been taken out completely. Then you go to areas like Akata and all of that, Muslims have been taken out. But you can find that if you sort of think back years ago, you can find that the Muslim areas have expanded considerably. And oftentimes, what happened, aunts that just died here in England, all her houses that were in the not off Bauchi Road, they were all burnt down. The ones that were not, sorry, most of them were burnt down. The ones that were not burnt down, they couldn't go back to. So that was what they did in Plateau State. And you can ask that Plateau State what I call the sort of piece of the cemetery. So you have Christians living in their areas, you have Muslims living in their areas. And I fear, and I sort of foresee, unless this is addressed, I foresee this thing happening in quite a number of the southern states. It's already happening in Lagos. Just look around, open your eyes, pass through some part of Agege, pass through some part of around Idiaraba. It's there. So the government they need to think out of the box. They need to okay, like the last speaker said, people need to move, of course, because if there is hardship, they need to make a living. But what policies are they putting in place to ensure that we do not experience what happened or what is going on in places like Plateau State and to some extent even in Kaduna State. Because when people come, they concentrate together, gradually they begin to push others out. And if you're honest with me, if you know Lagos well enough, it's not just in Lagos. I went to Delta State. I flew into Benin, and because then there were no direct flights to worry. Along that road, I saw a lot of northerners, young Hausa men, They were all carrying, they were all holding machetes, and I asked myself, what are they doing? They said they are looking for work, you know, and with their machetes. So you can imagine if there is a fight, and I believe it's the same story all over southern Nigeria. If there's a fight today, I tell you, it's going to end up in ways we least expect. So the various governments, state level, national level, they have to think out of the box. They need to find a solution to address this. If not, we're simply going to take what's happening in Plateau State, what's happened there, and we're going to replicate it in cities like Lagos, Ibadan, Benin, and all those places. Unfortunately, that is where it's headed for, unless something is done.
Right. Sorry, let me just quickly interject here, right? Because this is exactly the same thing a lot of us have been saying for quite some time, where you think because you're living in a so-called metropolitan city, nothing of the sort will happen to you and all of that. You need to understand that there's a way these guys move. They move in packs, right? They are not as dumb as you think. And there is going to be some form of line where they know that, okay, this is where a certain demographic of people stay, and this is where people who look like us, sound like us, behave like us stay. We can easily blend with them, exactly like what Bishop said, the good and the bad, and no one would call them out. Truly, if you go Mautu Badagry Expressway, it's a bike transit. There is nowhere that they don't know. So if something were to happen today, as Bishop said, every nook and cranny they are aware of. If you say you were going to hide an XYZ, trust me, they know. So don't think that because you live in a so-called safe state, things like this are not happening. No, it is going to happen. Well, I pray it doesn't happen because they've already set bombs everywhere. All they just need to do is press play, and the rest is history. So don't sit easy, don't sleep easy and think, well, okay, it hasn't happened to me, so yeah, no problem, right? Take examples from these things and secure yourself. The state down to the local government, they need to do something. Check these people, check everybody, because you don't know who is going to be an ally of these guys. I don't want to say much because this is a very triggering topic for me. My mom grew up in the north. I literally consider my mom as a northerner. So most of these stories I've heard them before. I I've seen people that went into the eye of the storm and came out and said so many of them didn't even come out, right? So it's a very, very triggering topic for a lot of people. But that being said, even if I say my condolences, I don't even like saying that word because what will condolences do? It's not going to bring the dead back. It's not going to wipe away their tears. But welcome to Nigeria where people die and the security network, the government, they sip wine over their corpse. Unfortunately, that's the type of country we live in. But I'm just going to drop the mic now and hand over the mic back to Miss Pearls. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's so very unfortunate. And the amount of whataboutism going on in this whole thing is just so nauseating. Like you see people trying to rationalize, trying to justify. Oh my goodness. People are dying every day. Like, don't you have conscience? Don't you, where's your humanity? These are not animals. These are human beings like you and I, right? I read some comments last night and I could not just believe my eyes. Like my fellow human beings come on the internet and write these things about. I, man, I don't even want to talk because the more I speak about it, just gonna maybe start crying right here, and I don't really want to do that. I don't just want to do that. Let me pass the mic over to. I don't know if Ibanga is ready to speak right now,
Yes,
or
I'm back. I'm here. Thank you very much,
okay,
Kelsey.
yes, you have the floor, sir. Please go ahead.
All right. Like a lot of people have said, and I said earlier, this thing did not start today, and we'd be deceiving ourselves if we believe that it's just something that is happening out of the blue. It is well planned, well calculated. They have timelines, they have strategies, and everything. The only people who are not aware and who do not really want to understand what is happening are Nigerians from the south. The Northerners know exactly what is happening. And let me put some context to this. Somebody was talking about the young officers. It was not general. They were young officers in the rank of major and captains, majority of which were from the, the northern and the southern part of the country that perished. There was no investigation to unravel what actually happened. Let's go back to Okowa. Okowa was, Yakowa, was lucky for the first time for a Christian to become the governor of Kaduna State. And we know that he went for the burial of the father of a former, a late a senior aide to um, President Goodluck Jonathan in Bayelsa State. On their way coming, the military helicopter they were using blew up suddenly in the air. Till today, no one knows exactly what happened. And the relevant authority in the aviation sector has not come out to tell us what happened. Now, from the northern part of the country, like people are talking about Plateau to Benue, Nasarawa, and most of the southern parts of states in Nigeria in the north, where you have predominantly Christians and where the environment is very good for farming. They have water, they have very fertile land. They are moving gradually. And we're talking about Lagos. Lagos is not even the issue. Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Bayelsa, all those states are now being occupied by vast swaths of lands are being occupied by this guy. And then they are killing people quietly and nobody.
Sorry, guys, I accidentally muted everyone. Please unmute your mic and speak. Thank you.
Okay, let me go back to the Southern Kaduna story. I think apart from Kebas, I have gone to Southern Kaduna more than any other Nigerian journalist who is not from that part of the country. And like I said earlier, some of the things, some of the videos, some of the pictures I've taken, I cannot open them because of my sanity. I cannot even, I pray that I could have the grace to write a book about what I found in South. In fact, in some places, I found where stories of get the woman, and they will cast a lot and say it is going to be a baby boy or baby girl. It is not that they're going to deliver the baby. They're going to slaughter the woman by cutting her womb open. And then they bring out the boy. Whoever wins will take the bet. And then they will slaughter the mother and the baby. In fact, sometimes they'll remove the baby and allow the mother to see and slaughter the baby before the slaughter. Now, this has been going on. The government of Nigeria and security agencies are well aware and complicit. Now, let me tell you something. El Rufai, when there was the attack on the train in Kaduna, started ranting about the fact that the military, security agencies, as well as himself, know of every goddamn attack that takes place. One thing Nigerians have not succeeded in doing or have not been doing is that we don't ask questions, we don't ask for accountability. Now everybody's talking about the crisis, the killings, and which is going to continue. Like I said, by this night, Christmas Eve, there's always a killing. There will be a place will be attacked in southern Kaduna, and people will be killed. What do? We should not be lamenting again. We should start looking for solutions. Number one, your PVC should be a major and very vital tool to deciding who becomes the next president or the leadership of Nigeria at all levels. Please and please, those of us from outside who have been chased away from our country, while we are working and trying to do everything we can to mobilize our people in the villages, those who are at home, please should do all it takes to take the message down. There is just one option for us to escape this, and that option has the political will and can stop it. Number two, can we petition the United Nations? All of us try as much as possible to popularize it, get it to UN, to appoint an envoy, a special envoy on Nigeria or Southern Kaduna, because in US Nigeria was blacklisted for religious persecution. For whatever reason I can't understand, President Biden has lifted it, and we are free, and they are celebrating it. And these killings are still continuing. Can we sign a petition? Now, number three, I support the street protest, but it should be guarded and well strategized. Where do we go to? We don't just peel into the street. We appear at the office of the United Nations. We appear at the American Embassy. We appear at strategic places where our voices could be heard and pass on the message, deliver data to the relevant these groups, these government, these authorities that can help in this situation. Don't ever think that the Southern Carolina people can speak for themselves again, because anybody who stands up to speak, I have interviewed Fulani people, leaders, who have told me that point blank, I have them recorded, I can't believe it, that this thing is not only political, it's not only religious. This thing has to do with land grabbing, genocide that's going on. And that for them who have been living in those areas, their grandfathers lived with those people. They ate, they were adopted by Christians and taken care of. They cannot keep quiet, they cannot just come out to, support what is happening against these people who have been so kind to them over the ages. Now, some of those people who spoke to me, because I know my conversations were being tracked, were killed. Fulani leaders were killed. And part of the reason I ran away. So let's be strategic. Mourning, sending condolences, and all this won't help. Kefas is now on his own. Who is supporting him? I'm on my own. Who is supporting me? I still speak today. There are people who cannot, speak again. They can't do anything. There are journalists who tell you, look, they can't do anything. How many of us remember the family of the Diata who was speaking strongly against El Rufai and just disappearing to thin air? What are we doing about it? There's Dan Lalinisa. I was supposed to interview him on the 2nd of December, 2nd of January. He was a great, affront to Mr. El Rufai. I was talking, he was a prominent imam in Kaduna State. He died on the day we were supposed to. His family was wiped out. The killed his entire family the day we were supposed to have that interview. What are we talking about? So there is need for collective action. If it is going to be from young people, so be it. But something needs to be done, not just what we are talking about here. Can we take these steps? And I think we should. I yield the mic for now.
Thank you very much, sir, for your submission. I agree with you. Something really needs to be done. We can run this space for the next 100 days, 100 weeks, 100 months. If we do not collectively do something about what's going on, it will still remain the same. And I agree with you as well. PVC is very important. Like, I I don't know, the importance of PVC cannot be overemphasized. It cannot. Anytime I talk about PVC, I feel sad because I don't have one. I cannot vote because of where I am. But thankfully, I was able to register people, 582 people for their PVCs. That is to show how very passionate I am about people getting their PVCs. And as for the petition, I agree with you. If there is a way we can, start the petition, I will try all I can to promote it here in the US. And I will encourage everyone as well. Once it starts, let's do well to promote the petition. Please do hang around with us. Okay, I see you've gone to the audience. Please do well to come back up here. I know you have, this is the reason you left Nigeria, and it's very unfortunate all what happened to you. I'm very sorry about that. Very, very sorry. So I'm getting some DMs. If you're on this space and you're not able to request for them, please do well to leave and return. It happens sometimes. It's a glitch from Twitter. So just click leave and then return. You will be able to request for the mic. So moving on real quick, let me pass the mic over to Untong. Untong, I mentioned you long
Good
ago. Are you ready
afternoon.
to speak now?
Oh,
The
yes.
interpreter. Okay, the interpreter, I will come to you after Untong. Please be patient. Over to you, Untong.
Thank you, Pels, for the opportunity again. Bishop, thank you guys for magnifying our cries in Southern Kaduna. I want to thank David, in absentia now, particularly the report David did, that icon report, that it was well detailed, about 311 pages, with records of death of big persons in Southern Kaduna and death certificate. It's well detailed. So if I think there should be another edition of it so that we update the killings so far. Because I remember last night I was in a space where when the attack was happening last night, mindset space. So I was getting live updates and I was sharing with them, and up to this morning, and this space was now created. And I remember they were asking me that what can they do? What can Nigeria do? You know, I couldn't give them any answer because I told them point blank that there's nothing. Some people ask me, can't we defend ourselves? So the question is, with what? With what? It's illegal for you to, you know, own a weapon in this country. Anybody you hear him holding a weapon, you know, is illegal. But meanwhile, this non-state actor have a way around it, and that is why people call them terrorist government, because you don't for the like of me, I can't believe how you have checkpoints at the entry of Southern Kaduna from Kafanchan. We have a military base there. At the exit point of it at Kachia, there's another artillery base there. These are all military checkpoints. And our intelligence, of course, tell us that all those entries during the time that this weapon, those these guys are passing, there is a reshufflement that certain military officers will not know. They will immediately change them and bring on certain officers. And that is how these things keep going. I have to talk. Guys, there, my brother Kifasen here.
Uh-oh, what happened? Oh dear. I think we've lost him. I don't know. Please, if you can hear me, please do what to request for the mic and come back here and finish your submission. Okay, I see him in the audience. Please come back up and finish your submission. But while we wait for you, I'll pass the mic over to UC. UC Maxwell, how you doing? UC Maxwell, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Pels, good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody on the space. Am I audible?
Yes, you
Bishop,
are. Please
good
go ahead.
afternoon. Okay, thank you. Bishop, good afternoon. Wayne, good afternoon. I greet everybody on the space, and it's a pleasure to be here to actually speak on this topic because issues of security really get to me because of some of the experiences I've had with insecurity in Nigeria. I'll be speaking from maybe 4 or 5 aspects basically because when I hear a lot of people speak, i I just like to pen some things down. First of all is the media. Now they say the media is the the fourth estate of the realm, and the media is so glorified in Nigeria or worldwide. The media is glorified, but it's unfortunate that issues regarding insecurity, the media has failed woefully. I'm not telling you that they have failed woefully. During my time as a student in the University of Maiduguri in Borno State, I saw my fellow students being slaughtered on videos, live videos covered by Boko Haram members. Their throats were slit. They never made it to the media. Never. These videos were on our phones, it got to us, but it was never in the dailies. It was never on newspapers. It was never on your popular AIT channels. All of them, nobody reported it. Several killings. The road that leads into Maiduguri from Damaturu, it's just a one-way journey. A lot of attacks went on there. Lives were lost. You don't see it. There was a time that we were attacked right in the school. In fact, a bullet flew over my head. A lot of people who are on the GMA space must have heard of this, my account. They lied in the media that this attack happened just somewhere in the outskirts of Borno State. We picked up bullets and posted it on the social media online. They refused to escalate our tales. They refused to actually publish this news in the media. They only publish what they want people to hear. And when I call home and hear what they say they are seeing on the media, we laugh because we're on ground. We know what is going on. Several students lost their lives. Even in the university, there, lecturers did lose their lives. Now, this is within the university we am very much aware of. Within Maiduguri metropolitan city, a lot of things happen. You don't see it in the media. So don't be shocked. Don't be surprised. I hear people mentioning 200 people were killed and the rest. We've had tales of more than 500 people killed in a day, more than 800 people killed in a day. They never make it there. Self the questions. This we are talking about how politicians have gone into the media business. I can give you more than 12 lists of politicians that own media houses, newspaper media, online media. What are they called again? Name them. Issue to become a political thing, and it's deliberate. The complacency of government, you see, it's a deliberate attempt because of why they gain from it on political reasons, on tribal grounds, on religious grounds. So they're not ready to combat issue as far as it does not affect them personally. And you would continue to see it, except the government is pure and true to its people. You need to see it. Now, when I had a speaker who tried to talk about how you know even if with the change of government that you may not see changes. Actually, if there's a proper change of governance, a person about the security apparatus would actually correct the system because you see security chiefs who are not functional, but they are not being removed. Instead, when they are retired, they are given awards. They are recognized in Nigeria. Now, talk about foreign government. It's funny how we try to when we want to escalate issues, we say um NGO foreign that these people are not bothered. They don't care about your interest. I apology to anybody, the UN, UNICEF, name them. Now, it interests you to know that sometime in 2021, UNICEF and the Borno state government started integration program. Now, it was first of all opposed by people within the state, the leader, the traditional ruler of that's the Shehu of Bama and all that. First of all, opposed it, but later he agreed, and several other traditional rulers. They started this integration currently going on in Borno State in the media. They send informations, they send out jingles and the rest. They put it in English, in Hausa, in Kanuri, and different languages to tell people to accept the reintegration of people, that it is not against anything, but that it is for the betterment and for the peaceful, movement of the state. And it's very funny. It's very funny. Within this period last year, over 6,000 Boko Haram combatants were reintegrated into Borno State, and these people are back into the state, living and talking about forgiveness. Remember that in 2016, that was when this first Nigerian government launched their Operation Safe Corridor to see that ex-insurgent members are reintegrated into the society. So if these people can actually look at the terrorist organization and reintegrate them back into the society, what do you think they will do about people they have decided to colorate and call them bandits? Now, it is a deliberate attempt not to call these people terrorists. I tell you this. Look at IPOB. People who were just canvassing, walking on the street before it got to this point that it is currently, raising up flags, they were very quick to name them terrorists. But we have a people who have carried weapons. You saw the kind of bullets. I've never seen this kind of bullets all my life. All my life, even in movies, except from the RPGs and the rest, I have never. But you see what people are holding, and you still continue to call them you call them land grabbers. Are we joking? Land grabbers, people who do targeted approaches, day one, day two, day three. Now look at what happens. The security do not come to their aid. These operations goes on for 5 hours, 3 hours. Nothing happens. It happens today, it happens tomorrow. There's no reinforcement to these people. And how do you want these people to fight back? With the hoes and hammers that they use to go to their farms? So there is a fundamental problem. It is a complacency with foreign governments. I told you, this is UNICEF, I'm telling you this, that started this operation in Borno State to see that people are integrated. Are, are you integrating children who were abducted, or you are integrating people who are actual terrorists who have killed lives? We've seen it, and it will continue to happen. I beg to say this, but it's the obvious reality. Except one thing happens, there's a total overhaul of government in Nigeria. There needs to be a government that knows that the people have this pain and they're ready to take away this pain. Kaduna State Governor El Rufai have seen these people as brothers and sisters. This man Garba, what's his name again? Is it Shehu Garba or what is his name? Have said that an attack on these people actually is an attack on their brothers and sisters. So we can see a lot of political play here to make sure that this thing continues, and it will not end by just crying on social media or saying things or burying bodies. 40 people that were buried yesterday was just a joke. I tell you this, it is a joke compared to what is not in the media. They dig mass graves and bury tens and hundreds of people that you are not aware of. I tell you this, it's quite unfortunate. I'll just end my submission here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Maxwell. You see, sometimes I think Nigerians, and I'm not trying to talk down on anybody here, some of us, including myself, sometimes we have very short memories because this thing has happened over and over and over and over again. But it happens, and then we just move on like it didn't happen, like it has become a norm. It happened in Benue, it happened in Owo, it happened in Zamfara. It has happened like this Southern Kaduna thing. I don't live in Nigeria, but every time I keep hearing Southern Kaduna, Southern, there is no good thing I hear about Southern Kaduna, if not killings, every single day. Every single day. It got to an extent, my colleague here in the hospital where I work, sometimes she brings the news to me. Look at what is happening in Kaduna. She has never been to Africa before, not to talk of Nigeria. But sometimes she'll bring the news to me. Look at what is happening. Look at what is happening. It's so very unfortunate. And if at this point your stomach infrastructure, your personal greedy sentiments, and whatever it is still making you support. I'm seeing some APC supporters here. If you do not have human sympathy, if you do not have, I don't even want to talk too much because I don't even like addressing you guys, but I see a whole lot of you here. If you still want to vote APC regardless of everything that is happening, then well, all the best to you. I'm not even going to say more than that. So real quick, let me pass the mic over to, I don't know why ladies are not on this stage. I usually like to have conversations that involve both genders so we can have a little balance there. I don't know if numero uno, are you a lady? Numero uno. Okay, real quick, let me pass the mic
Yes,
over
I'm
to
a lady.
Clement.
Sorry, I'm a lady. Sorry.
Okay, then
Someone
yes,
was
please
calling
go
me.
ahead.
Forgive me. Hi.
Oh
Good
no, that's
afternoon,
fine.
everybody.
Please go ahead there.
So I'm from Plateau State. So I can relate 100,000% with what's going on in Southern Kaduna. 2000. Yes, I was really young. I think I was in primary school then, but I still was very smart enough to understand what was going on, and it was graphic. I wasn't just. I grew up in Rivers, and things I was hearing were really sad. People, houses that we used to go and visit back then, they're all burned down. So there's something I think driving the narrative he was saying earlier on, and he's spot on. I had a grandmother who lives in Apata, and I have one who lives in Jenta, so it's not far. It's less than 5 minutes walk to and fro. So when I used to walk around my cousins, then we'll just stroll up, go to one grandmother's house, go to another grandmother's house, and just mess around like that. And people in the area know our family. So that area used to be predominantly Muslims. You had the Nagutas, you had the Rupas, you had the Miyango people from Miyango, which is predominantly in Basa. And Basa is just not local government, it's close to just local government. You have G's. So it was a mixture, a blend of, all these tribes in one place. And then you have Biroms as well, because part of just have Biroms there. So as time graduated, it progressed, and where the Muslims, like the Fulanis predominantly settled right now, used to be where natives had their houses. But these houses gone, these people situated themselves in there and they have never left. My church that is situated there, Kokin Mangu, today is still standing. And don't think it's been standing just because it's been burnt down 4 or 5 times. And in the rubble, people will still go to church. Anybody who knows Jos very well and knows what I'm talking about understands the meaning of all these things I'm saying. So in 20, working in ECWA TV, it just started in 2017, and there was a massacre that happened between Riom and Berkin Ladi. Now, these are predominantly Birom communities. And another thing I'm also the thing with these attacks, they don't attack smaller tribes. If you notice the spate of attacks, right, they attack the tribes that are the largest and pretty much put a defense to the things that they're doing. Now, if you go to Southern Kaduna, the ATCAPs are the ones who are the biggest. That's why the export on them is insane. You go to Plateau State, Biroms are the ones who are suffering the most, and then you have Miangos. Biroms suffering the most. Taroks, which are predominantly in Langtang, like what somebody else said earlier on, is because they had military exposure. For many of them, so they were able to repel them, but the Biroms are the most attacked, have the most attacks. Biroms constitute part of just North, just South, Birom, and Berkin Ladi. So that's 4 local governments. And that means, they present a serious threat. And it's not just because of the population, it's also because of the fact that they stood up against the dominance of the Fulanis on the Jos Plateau. You go to Taraba, the Jukuns are the most. They are the ones who are suffering it the most. Jukuns are the ones suffering. And T.Y. Danjuma is a Jukun man. So they're suffering it the most. You go to Benue, the thieves are the ones who are the most, and they're the ones opening up the most resistance. You go to Nasara, the Baggies and the Egons, they're the ones who are suffering it the most. So these are the things that are going on. They don't say these things. And then in 2018, when these attacks happened, back to what I was saying earlier on, the next thing that happened is after the attacks, 200, 300 people were killed within the space of 3 days. Dogona Hawa happened way back in 2010. 500 people. There was a comprehensive list of these people that came that were killed, and I have that folder till today in my parents' house in Jos. Now these killings happened. I went to the market. I went to Terminus. That's like the biggest market in Jos. It used to be the biggest before the 2001 crisis happened. I went to Terminus Market on Monday. I went with my cousin to go and do some shopping. The next thing I heard was these people laughing. They said, "Ho ha, these people are going to finish you and will take your state away from you." That was what they said to my face. It's not go come, it's not hearsay. They said it to my face. And when the people, like the families of the victims who were killed in Riyamambirkin Ladi, went to go and pack the bodies, the Fulanis were there grazing their cows on the land, on the hills. They were grazing them. The police was pretty much there to keep the ones who were not killed from getting killed from these Fulanis. And they were with their gun. They're with their gun. So nobody should come and start forming nobody should come and start giving me all. Don't come and pontificate in my front, please, because it's the last thing I want to hear. These things have been happening, and they've been happening long before. The reason why Southern Kaduna is even suffering this thing the most is because in El Rufai's first term, the first deputy governor he had was Bala Bantex, and Bantex put up a fight. Bantex did not tolerate the nonsense. Right? He slapped El Rufai. If he wants to let him come out and say it, let's hear. He slapped El Rufai for the nonsense he was doing. And that was the reason why immediately Bantex system, he picked him up. So nobody could challenge him, and nobody could speak for the Southern Kaduna people. If anybody says I'm lying, they should come out and tell me, because these things happened. But Bantex put up a fight to Verify because of his nonsense and his shenanigans. That was why he did not pick Bantex again. Shortly after Bantex died, and they have not had a president deputy again, under the guise of there's nobody to represent. Who told you so? Kajuru, in the Christian dominated area. Why did you put an emir there? Meyasa Kasa emir. Why did you put an emir there? You go to communities in Plateau State, we have our bombs. They have put emirs in those places. The bomb bomb just is literally just not the time bomb. Lalong has tried to remove him from there. The same treatment Sanusi got what Lalong was to bomb bomb just. That's exactly what's going on. They are systematically putting their people there. They are putting them there. You go towards Stop is the separation between Kaduna. If you're coming from the south, you have to pass Benue. So when you leave Benue and you pass Nasarawa, you're entering a particular division that takes you from the left, you're going to Kaduna, from the right, you're going to Jos. So when you start going through Jos and you start entering that axis, even if you come from Abuja, you definitely pass Sop. Sop is Birom land, but Fulanis are now there. Why? And they're telling us that we should not say these things are happening. I can't mean it. I'm sorry I have to switch between Hausa and English because I'm really pissed, to be honest. I'm really pissed. And Stephen, like what Stephen said is an entire encapsulation of exactly what's going on. I'm so sorry I'm emotional, but that's exactly how a lot of us feel. There's nobody to speak for us. Lalong is literally their stood. You can imagine they want to bring Jazz Bank for us to say they want to do Thanos market back. Look at the kind of deal, the kind of engagement, Jai's Bank and Lalong's government. They wanted to sell us off. How can you say you want to build a market with that kind of money, and then you're saying that the payoff is going to be 60, 40 shares, 60 for the bank and then 40 for the government over a span of 40 years? When I would have been 70-year-old by then. My own children and families do not know the dynamics of which that market was built. And before you know it, they edge us out. On the grounds of what? These are the nonsense things that we're dealing with. They've sent every single one of us away. You can't even say all these things. That was how I was in Jos in 2018 before I went for my master's. The next thing I heard was they imported Fulanis inside tippers. They brought them to NIMSI office. To NIMSI office in Jos East. If anybody thinks I'm lying, they can go and verify it. They brought Fulanis from Niger to NIMSI office and brought food in coolers. They keep them there every day. When you ask them, they don't even know places in Jos because that's how obtuse they are. You ask them, they say, oh, they're from Yango local government. And anybody who is from Plateau State or has lived in Plateau know that there's nothing like Yango local government. It is Basa. So they are giving these people indigenous form and indigenous cards to stay there so that they can edge us out. This is exactly what they're doing. In Miango, people were coming from Bauchi with weapons to Miango to go and kill people in Miango. And they accosted them. That was when they started saying that they started killing people. And it was a lie. They accosted them with the weapons. They accosted them. The one time a soldier who was of Christian extraction from the south was faced there, and he actually succeeded in dealing with the Fulani. They said they referring us to Abuja just so that their evil could actually be done properly. I don't even give a damn who's listening to what I'm saying, to be honest. I'm so sorry, emotional, but that's how pissed we all are. I yield the mic. Thanks.
You don't need to apologize. We really do understand. And the whole thing is very distressing for every one of us. You don't need to apologize at all. Thanks for your submission. We have Untung back here. He was making his submission, then we lost him. So I'll pass the microphone to him to finish. Untung, are you there? Okay, while we wait for Untung, let's go to Muhammad. Mohammed Yahya, how are you doing?
Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, please go ahead,
Good
Untung.
morning.
You have 2 minutes. Okay, I'm sorry, Mohammed. I'll come back to you. Let's finish with Untung. You have 2 minutes to finish, sir. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I think Omero has added a lot of layers to it that I like because the Southern Kaduna people and the Plateau people before now we live like almost the same people because you will never know either because my ancestor migrated from Plateau, so that's why my name sound Plateau as well. So as I was saying before now, the gratitude I think for me is not also complete without mentioning the name of Dr. Obadiah, the late Dr. Obadiah Malafia, because he's one matter that has picked this up and has run with it globally, has alarmed the global community on our plight. And of course, he paid the ultimate price at the end of the day. Jefferson is in this stage. If not that he has fled, ultimately that is what will become his fate as well. Because it has got to that point that he has to leave the country. And even personally, as I speak myself, I'm not safe. But I have to speak. I have to speak. Because in our local community, a lot of people are saying, no, Anton, let's do this. I say, no, no, no. Look, guys, if you talk, you will go die. If you don't talk, you'll still die. Last night, I was watching my daughter, 3-year-old, moving, from hiding. Guys, I can't stand it. It's cold in the north now. It's really cold. The temperature is around, I don't know, maybe around in the night, it's around 10, 15 degrees. It's very, very cold. And people are sacked because you have about more than 200 now displaced. Then, not to talk of the property that has been burned. In fact, just last night alone, when they came, if not for the intervention of the military, at least 3 houses were burned. I mean, four houses, we recorded, were burned. So, I don't know. I don't know how long we'll keep on like this. And even personally, I don't know how long because you could be tracked and anything could happen to you. Because it has come to a point where now that when your voice is becoming more louder, then they will do away with you. Well, we are ready. We are ready. It's for me. I'll keep talking. As any opportunity I found myself to, I'll talk. And thank God that now Nigeria have a collective agreement to this. This problem now is not Southern Kaduna problem. These guys have intelligence, a grand scheme intelligence that is superior than. Look, if you stop a Okada man in mile 2 and you try to misbehave, he will treat you as if he owns the Asoro. And let me tell you, he has a phone number that he will call, and somebody way up there he will pick it. You don't have access to those people. And this somebody, you look at him as your gate man, you look at him as your shoe shiner or merua, or you look at him like you understand, as nobody. Guys, let us all rise up. Rise up. I don't know. Maybe do we need to, apart from what Ibanga said, something that apart from the protest, sign a petition that can go to international committee. Yes, I think something like that started with David Undai. He shared it some time ago, but that was long before the Biden administration. So I think this needs to be revived again. Then I don't know if for the meantime, if we ought to go like the NSAS protest as well, because we are all in danger in this country now. It's not about Southern Kaduna now. I'm telling you guys. Obadiah Malafia said it. Go back to his interview. I think I'll dig it up and post it. There's some place, repost it. You have a lot of material. You have been on this. You post it to people to
Okay.
know that
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Do you want to run up in 30 seconds? Thank you.
is okay. I yield. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, are you really done with your submission? Until, are you done with your submission?
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. There's a lot. Thank you.
Okay, then thank you very much, and thanks for being so bold to come up here and speak. So, okay, Stephen, let me pass the mic over to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. The other time I couldn't touch some of the key areas I wanted to talk about, like my experience in the prison, some of these Fulani herdsmen I met in the prison who were eventually released. One experience that shocked me to my marrow was in June 2019. I was abducted in May, and I stayed there for like 162 days. There was this Fulani man and his son, an old man, who were arrested. In fact, the son had a gun wound and a gunshot wound. When the police went to arrest them, I think they an exchange of gunfire also. They shot the son on his leg. Now, of course, kidnapping is a capital offense in Nigeria. It's not a bailable offense, right? Me, a common critic and advocate for good governance, calling for a stop to the killing, was there, being detained without bail. But one day, the old man, because I was friendly to a lot of them in the prison, you won't know I'm not Hausa because I speak Hausa very well. And sometimes I try to dress like a Hausa man whenever I'm in the north. So we got talking. I got close to this man and his son. And one day he came to me. He said, "My son, that by this time tomorrow evening," it was during fasting, that Insha'Allahu, before Buddha Bakidas, before the break the fast, that he will be going home with his son. I was dumbfounded. Are you for real? Kidnapping offense with a gunshot injury on your leg, you are going home? He said yes, that the police said that he should pay 1.5 million, and he has spoken to one of his friends, Alahaji Bako, who is bringing the money. Lo and behold, 24 hours later, the Baba and his son were released. That was in the police station where I spent 14 days. Now, in the prison, I met some of them, including the ones arrested for killing our paramount chief, the Adara chief that was abducted and murdered. I got close to them. In fact, I was giving them provisions in prison. That's how funny it was there. And these guys told me shocking stuff. Right. And that was why when I came out of prison, I became bolder. People were like, "Stephen, you need to calm down. You've been to jail." I said, "What? With the information I have, man, if I die, let me just die. But then I can't keep them to myself." And it is clear. Now, something is very paramount here. Since 2015, when the El Rufai's government came on board, not a single herdsman has been prosecuted for either kidnapping or the attack in southern Kaduna. In many occasions, the local vigilantes in our communities will arrest some of these guys with their arms, hand them over to the military. Before you know it, the military will release them.
So, and this is why I said it's going to require more than just a change of leadership in Aso Rock. Now, any new president or whoever is coming to Aso Rock must purge this military. The security system, architecture must be overhauled because there are generals in the army who are sympathetic to the cause of these jihadist Fulani herdsmen. There are DSS officers that are sympathetic to the cause of these terrorists. There are police officers, high-ranking police officers that are sympathetic to the cause of these terrorists. One of the generals is Major General Ibrahim Ali, the commandant of 3 Div Jos. I can mention his name because there's been petition against him. He is a Fulani man. We all knew the role he played when the Miango people are being attacked and killed. But he's still there. If Nigeria were to be a sane society, that man would have been relieved of his position as commandant of 3 Div Jos and investigated. But he's already a major general. Tomorrow he will be your chief of army staff. I mean, that is how bad these things are. No arrests, no prosecutions. Of course, how do you expect the killings to stop? Now, the APC government did something in 2015. The Aisha Mohammed at the UN, many of you have forgotten that she was the Minister of Environment in Nigeria. Now, when there was a vacancy at the UN, they sent her there. Of course, she's a Fulani woman. They sent her there at the UN. I think now she's the Deputy Secretary General of the UN. It was a strategic move. And I remember in 2016, I wrote on my Facebook wall that sending that woman to the UN is a strategic move by the terrorist government we have in Nigeria. So that whatever petition you think you are sending to the UN, more need to fall on deaf ears. And that is what we've been having since 2016. So these guys are good chess players. They understand the game. While the South and everybody is shouting PVC, blah, 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 these guys are strategically making moves. You know, they plan 20, 30, 40, 50 years ahead while every other person is sleeping and and snoring. So that woman is there. Any petition. How many of you have asked yourself why the Biden administration delisted Nigeria from the CPC list, the countries of particular concern? I mean, it was funny because when he did that, there were killings in the north. In fact, the same week they made that announcement, that was when terrorists in Zamfara state issued warnings to churches that they should stop holding services. The mainstream media has reported that one. That was when Biden deemed it fit to remove Nigeria from the blacklist of countries of particular concern with regards to religious persecution. So I don't know where help is going to come from. Obviously, the international community, the US, don't care. It is when their interest is threatened that they will show up and begin to talk. Once their interest is not threatened, I mean, and let them deal with their issues. They don't really give a damn about what happened. So, but the good news I have for all of us is this: Nigeria, we are over 200 million. If Nigeria collapse like Afghanistan today, the West will hear it because our population will explode. So whether they like it or not, it will get to them. So let them continue pretending as if they don't know what is happening in Nigeria. I'm not a pessimist, but I keep telling people that we are gradually drifting towards the Afghan situation. It might take 3, 4, 5, 10 years, but we will get there because when you have a picture in the prison, I was privileged to have a picture of the plans these terrorists have and how sophisticated they are. In fact, that was when I realized they had military aircraft. The terrorists have aircraft, attack aircraft. And you might not understand what that means. What it means is that an aircraft can just fly over any community anywhere in Nigeria and begin to bomb people. We've had it happen. We've had villages in Niger, in Maiduguri, and even in Kaduna saying that they saw helicopters coming to attack them. So let us continue pretending as if it's just a security challenge. It's a big thing. There's a big picture to this. There's an agenda, and people like El Rufai and Buhari
are those who came and had the courage to implement some of these things in the script. Have you asked yourself, where is Dambazao today? General Dambazao? Did you know why he was not given any position since 2019? I won't tell you more on this, but ask the people of Plateau. They will tell you who Dambazao was when he was an army chief, when the attack in Dogonahawa and Co were going on. They will tell you the role Dambazao played. So it's unfortunate. And mind you, that time we had Goodluck Jonathan as president. And that's why I tell people, I say, if you think a change of president will automatically clear up this mess, he was not commanding anything because they made him so powerless and useless. So, in as much as we pray for a change of leadership, but prepare our mind, let's not just go and relax and sleep that, oh, once we have a new president that is better, things will change. It's a lie. They will frustrate that president. If care is not taken, he will resign. Go and write this anywhere. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Stephen. This is so very scary, honestly. You know, having to know that the international community sometimes like I don't want to I don't want to like really allude to that, but it's really sad to hear that. So what can we do as Nigerians, both home and abroad? What do you think we can actually do? Because at some point I think I heard you say having a new government will not solve the situation on ground. And while you were speaking, I just saw a video where Atiku was speaking about this massacre and he referred to it as mere disturbance. Can you imagine that? Somebody made a tweet about it. I'm gonna post it in the Jumbotron. He referred to it as mere disturbance. Just picture that. So, Stephen, before I pass the mic over to other people here, what really do you think is the solution to this whole thing happening right now? Please go ahead.
If you ask me, I've always been of the opinion that what we need in Nigeria is not another election, but a referendum, kind of like a national conference, like what we had in 2014 that was not implemented. See, we have to come, all the regions have to come and sit on a round table and decide whether this union is working. And if it is not working, what's the way forward? Should we go our separate ways? Should we have a divorce? Or should we continue? But sadly, we have short memories in Nigeria. Our memories are so brief that now we are talking about Southern Kaduna. These guys will go and orchestrate an incident somewhere in Lagos. And boom, we'll forget about Southern Kaduna. We'll be talking and tweeting about what happened in Lagos. They'll just cook up something. In fact, they'll just say somebody was arrested, for kidnapping a small child. And before you know it, we've forgotten what happened in Southern Kaduna. So that has been one of our greatest undoing. Now, I will say this over and over again. We need more than just an election. We need to redefine our existence as a nation. If I thought there's a nation, because I don't see a nation, there's no nationhood here. And that is why different laws are applicable to different people in this country. That is why some people, ordinary youth who are trying to defend their communities, will be arrested and thrown into prison. Yes, this is not speculation. I met several youth in the prison. Their only crime was trying to put up resistance against these terrorists. They were arrested. And I hear people say Southern Kaduna should defend themselves. With what? Have you seen the ammunitions? Those ammunitions are not anti-personnel. They are anti-armored ammunitions. Those ammunitions are not supposed to be deployed against soft targets. Now, that is what people are saying we should defend ourselves against. How? I mean, with being guns, with cutlasses and bows and arrows. So, the solution, only if Nigerians would channel the energy we are using, we are putting into this advocacy of PVC and election, was calling for referendum. I'm telling you this, things will get better. I can assure you, I said it yesterday in Clubhouse, bring in Obama, bring in Donald Trump as his vice president, bring in the Chinese president as the secretary to the government, these killings will not stop. Somebody, you said about Atiku. Have you heard Atiku condemn the activities of terrorist Fulani herdsmen in Nigeria before? When Trump enacted anti-open grazing law, Atiku kicked against it. So I thought, I said something, and some people said, Stephen, you are mad. I said, look, Peter Obi is the best candidate. But if the choice is between Atiku and Tinubu, if I have opportunity to vote, I will vote for Tinubu. And the guy was like, Stephen, are you mad? A drug baron? I said, yes, he's a drug baron, but at least he might have the balls to stop the Fulani terrorists from killing people. Atiku will see them as his brothers. We saw one Ihe Jerika declared war against Boko Haram. We heard what the North were saying, that Ihe Jerika is killing Northerners. And the man was fired. And what happened after then? Boko Haram grew in strength. So the country is not working. I don't blame those agitating for secession. Trust me, I don't blame them because it's not working. We keep deceiving ourselves. So we have to start shouting and crying for a national conference where these issues will be tabled, reports will be made public, and implemented. Otherwise, trust me, we'll just be going around cycle every time. I use the mic.
That's very interesting. I personally don't think seceding is the solution to what is happening right now. I don't think so. But well, um, you said you wanna add to the conversation, Clement Tomari.
Yeah, yeah, I do.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I almost lost my train of thought waiting. Mm, I don't know. I'm feeling very angry and sad at the same time. Also, I'm feeling helpless because I've listened to the postulations of several speakers and I can't seem to even find a solution. I don't think it's like a learned helplessness because there's so much evil going on in this country. We are dealing with evil that is cold, that is calculated, that is very patient and intelligent. And you want to talk about referendum? Are you going to get referendum from people that cannot even conduct elections? Are you going to get referendum from people that will hoard indomies? They cannot even share indomie. Are these the same set of people that will give you referendum? You understand? That also brings me to the issue of elections. I'm seriously campaigning for Obi. In fact, people call me a Obi's child because everywhere I go, that's all they talk about. But sometimes I just sit back and just think that this government that is currently superintending the murder and the genocide of citizens of um, different places in this country. And the only way to stop this killing is to change the government. Do we now trust the same government to be fair, to contribute to the process of their removal? So that is the thing that makes me not to sleep very well at night because the only way these killings can stop, in as much as people are kind of um, skeptical that even with a change in government there may not be a stop, but the only chance, the only chance we have to even attempt stopping is to change this government. And then sometimes you even feel as if even prayers, maybe you need supernatural help. Sometimes I feel like even that supernatural help is not coming. Someone said something about the international community not caring about whatever we are passing through as a country. I would like to move it a step further. I think it's not just that they don't care. I feel they are complicit in it. So I don't know. I've been listening to this debate for some hours now, and I've just been trying to wrap my head around it. Now, there's this incident, a colleague.
a medical doctor. He's now in the UK. He told me when he was in Lekki. Now we are talking about Lagos, and not just Lagos. Early this year, he took a bike to go to another private hospital because he was working in two private hospitals. And then the bike man now passed where he was supposed to stop, and then an argument ensued. And why did you pass my place? Blah 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 blah. Before you know it, the bike man was now threatening to kill him. Like, I'm going to kill you, and nothing will happen. Like, Yoruba say, what do we throw? Like, from small argument of you pass my location, you did not pass my location, blah blah blah. Before you know it, like hundreds of bike men surrounded him. You understand? And he took the intervention of, because the guy is fluent in Hausa. He now called. He saw a military guy that was passing. He now called the guy, and they were like, "What is this? Even the military cannot help you." The long and short is that he survived the incidents, and he was devastated because what the guys were saying was actually true. They could have killed him there, and nothing would have happened. So there is this lack of consequence in Nigeria where bad things just keep on happening and then nothing happens. I don't know. I think I'll just yield the mic here.
Thank you, Clement, for your quick submission. So, guys, when I said I'm not alluding to the international community being complicit in what's happening in Europe, that is because I'm sorry, that's an alarm I set for the speakers. So that is because, in spaces like this, we meet, we converse, we learn from each other. I am someone that likes to speak based on evidence, right? So, if anyone here can actually like point me to where recent evidence of the international community um colluding with these people to perpetrate what's going on right now, I would very, very much appreciate that. This is me. I'm saying this from a place of wanting to learn, to know, to understand. So real quick, let me pass the mic over to we have Stephen here, our what do you call town hall convener. I really do enjoy your space. It's good to have you here. So I will pass the mic over to you. But before I come to you, let me go to Be Inspired. Let's take a lady this time around. So Be Inspired, are you there? Be Inspired. Okay, Be Inspired is not there. So guys, I'm going to take a little cue because we have lots of people on stage and a lot more wanting to come up. So we'll take Stephen, and then we will take Odo Akaji. After Odo, we'll take Jerry. After Jerry, we'll now go over to Green Purple Rave. So over to you, Stephen. You have 3 minutes to make your submission.
Thank you, Paris. Thank you, Bishop Remy, Jerry, everyone in the room. Thank you for making this topical. Yesterday, I did spend a lot of time on my spaces, over 7 hours, talking about the rallies and PPC drive. However, before the space, it was important that I took some time personally to weep, mourn for the murder in southern Kaduna. And what was telling was the governor of Kaduna State made no comment about the slaughter. The president of the country made no statement about the slaughter. And there was this attitude of let's move on. It's nothing to see here. It doesn't matter. It's an human being. It almost sort of looks like a Hollywood movie whereby those caskets we saw were empty. Because it baffles the mind to think those caskets are actually people. And we say nothing to see here. Um, I live in New York, and sometimes I think about it. Just play it a little bit. Is it possible that there's a place in America as big as this country, the United States is, where 40 Americans will be slaughtered, and President Biden will not be there? Is it possible that the governor of that state or the county will not suspend everything else, and there will not be flags, the American flag flying at half mast across the world? Is it possible that there will not be a state of emergency declared in wherever it was that 40 Americans were slaughtered? I know we like to say those are Americans, but again, that is telling us that we see ourselves less. we are all complacent in what's happening, including myself. We've allowed the value of our lives not to be worth it. My friend Anna yesterday was co-hosting with me, and she said in Lagos, someone was exercising in Lagos, just jogging in the morning, which is something we want everybody to keep healthy. And the guy was knocked down. Guess what? Everybody drove by until the guy died. Even her wanted to try to stop and rescue the guy. Nobody could help her. Everybody just keep going. Like every other person doesn't matter. And now we are all engaged on the PWB project. At least most of us, apart from the enemies of the states, I call them. What happens after election? 60 days to go. Are we going to just now go back to our cocoons or what? I don't know what to do. I'm paying because there is an emergency. I've been tagging international organizations. At some point, someone said they even send their people to UN. I think that's true because when I tag the UN, when you see these things, people are being silent. Maybe these people have people in this United Nations anyway, because this massacre is systematic. Look at what my namesake said. He said, in jail, those who try to protect the community are in jail. That means you cannot even defend yourself. And we think this is something we can really brush aside. I think there is a major issue with all of. We need to examine ourselves. How can we tolerate the massacre of our fellow Nigerian or human beings? How can we? We have a loud voice. We have a bully pulpit. Everybody's on social media here and there. You work with people. How do we bring the governor of Kaduna State or Buhari's government to account? How can he not visit Southern Kaduna today? What is he doing in Afro? Crying out loud. Tomorrow you put a toothpick to his mouth and fly to London for NHS. And we will watch them while we pay for those flights. We pay for those treatments. I do not understand how we sit back and watch governors in 40 convoys protecting themselves with the few security in the state. And we all watch. I don't know what is wrong with us. It is insane. You go to their stupid rallies and you see people staring them with brooms. Millions of people, thousands of people. And I'm asking, like, even if you're paid, like, is it a spell or what? Are we under a spell? These people are not superhumans. They're just people that are taking advantage of us. I remember calling out someone who gave money in the north to do some work. And I will not miss words. He he took money, didn't do the job, and literally was threatening me. He said I should come to Nigeria. That he has people, they own this country. He's going to kill me. That's what he was telling me. Because I called him out of giving him money in Zamfara to go and do some work. He said Nigeria belongs to him and them, that they will revolt. I don't want to mention names because I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. Point being that he was so it reeks of the redneck we have in America. Those people who think they're superior. There's this superiority with some part of Nigeria. And they think the rest of us in Nigeria don't matter. Like you mentioned about what happened in the bike. I can relate to that bike man. The bike man is the bike man, but he sees himself as the owner of the country. And we all, over 250 tribes, have to succumb to you. And we are so sanctimonious. All of us, particularly those of us in South, we go to school, we make money. These guys they're not interested. They're interested in raw violence to do what they want. And we are all watching them. This is systematic. You can imagine the threat to the lives of those in the southern Kaduna, in Jos, in Zamfara, everywhere across the country, insecurity. And now it's coming down to the south. I think whilst we are pushing the PVC, we need to also bring this issue and make it topical. I don't want to hog the mic. It is something that we have to ask ourselves: how are we okay with such a slaughter? How are we all allowing it to go on? Thank
Thank you very much, Timmy. It seems like we have gotten so used to these things that we cannot demand for change anymore. Sometimes I don't know. There was a space that held some weeks back, and that space had some very top. Samuel, do you want to mute your mic for me? Thank you. So that space had some very top Nigerian police force chiefs there. So I entered that space and I was listening for a little bit. At some point, some of the things I was hearing just sounded so unbelievable to me. So I went up and I analyzed the topic of the space, and then I started making demands. I started making demands. I started making demands. This is how it should be done. Then one of I think it was the co-host. I can't remember his rank right now. He is a police chief as well. So he was like, "Where am I speaking from?" I said, "I'm sorry, with all due respect, sir. It doesn't matter wherever I'm speaking from. The most important thing is I am a Nigerian, regardless of whichever passport I hold. I am a Nigerian, and I am demanding for the right thing to be done. He said some of these things cannot happen in Nigeria, cannot be replicated, it can only happen abroad. Like seriously, like seriously, I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me. Human lives have become like we count it like peanuts. It has become so invaluable that, like Stephen was saying before, when people die, when these massacres happen, and you ask how many people were killed, you say maybe 10, 20, you say, oh, that's not much. Like, seriously, human lives? When people die, they can never come back to Earth again, and we see it as normal? Come on now. So sometimes when I start talking about these things, like I'm a very emotional person. When I talk about things like this, it gets me very, very emotional. Well, let me pass the mic over to Oge God. Let's take a lady after Oge. We will go over to. Okay, sorry, I was supposed to go with Jerry, but please, Jerry, if you will pardon me, let's take a lady and then we'll come back to you if that's fine. Okay, Oge God, you have I'm gonna do 2 minutes moving forward because of the sheer number of people we have. So Oge, do you have 2 minutes? Please, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead with your submission.
I'll try. Thanks, Pels. I'll try with 2 minutes. Wish, good afternoon. Wayme, I greet you all. Steve, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, very quickly, let me start this way. I want to first talk about what Stephen said when he said the solution to our problem is a referendum. I agreed with 90% of what he said, but 5% of what I do not agree with him was the referendum thing when he said we are about 3 years uh, 3, 5, 10 years down to becoming an Afghan situation. Let me start with the referendum thing. Steve, after you gave a breakdown of the kind of people we're dealing with, we're dealing with these Fulanis that think they want to overrun this country. You've made it very clear, right? And then you now say we need to begin to push for a referendum. If we put our strength, like let's say the strength we're pushing in the obedient movement to push it for the referendum, we will get it. We will not get it. Let me tell you why. The why is this nation is surrounded already by Fulani soldiers. If you make to revolt that way, you will start a war. If you're not aware of that already, please let me let you know. That referendum thing cannot happen now. What we need now is this election. How many of us here knows Joseph Okechukwu? I think he operates more on YouTube than on Twitter. He's on Twitter too, but he operates more on YouTube. Joseph, as at when Peter Obi started coming, even when he joined them, no. When Peter was even still in PDP and people were saying Peter is the guy that PDP should take up, Joseph came up and talked about this referendum thing. He is one guy I follow because Joseph gives it to you like how it is. And then when he was saying referendum, I was wondering what's going on with Joe? How come he can't perceive what's going on? But after a month, Joseph came back and said Peter Obi is the person. He said what he said, not out of logical reasoning, but out of revelation. He actually said, see what God showed me. Joseph is not a pastor. He's not a bishop. He's not a priest. But he came and said, this was the vision I got, and Peter is the person. This is where we should head the elections. So referendum is not it now. Maybe later, but not now. Right now, it has to be Peter Obi, right? And then the 3, 5 years thing I want to talk about, oh, not be 3, 5 years. We did there now. It's not going to take us 3, 5 years to get to Afghan. Do we even know what 2023 is? Do we know what 2023 is? Why do you think these people are killing left, right, center, and nothing is happening as per an opposition to them? Just like what Stephen pointed out, I mean, from 2021, we started having helicopter attacks. These guys are already in charge of our Air Force. They are in charge. Because I have only 2 minutes, I'm not going to be able to tell you the revelations I've had from 2018 down to 2022, as per things I had seen before now, before all these things started happening from 2018, okay, because of time. But let me tell you, we are not going to take another 3 years or 5 years or 10 years to get to an Afghan nation. We have only 2023 to get it right. If we don't get it 2023, from 2023, we will turn into an Afghan nation. Understand it. Understand it. Now, let me tell you this. Atiku or Tinubu is equal to a Fulani regime in Nigeria. Let me tell you why. If Tinubu gets there, we already know the guy is, I'm not God, I'm not the one that will kill him, but we know that Tinubu is, you get where I'm going to. That guy will not last in the office. Because if he even tries to last, the likes of Shetima will bring him down. The moment he goes, you know who becomes president? Shetima. What they did with Jonathan and Yaradua is what they plan to do in vengeance. I hope you guys know that's the plan to do in vengeance to bring Shetima as president. That is the plan. And if Shetima becomes president, you know what will happen. Now, if Shetima or Tinubu doesn't win, Atiku wins. Just like what Steven said, the guy, na Fulani guy, is going to uphold the Fulani flag. Look at what he did with Deborah's case. Look at what he went to say in the north to them about not having an Igbo president or a Yoruba president. Look at what he has said about this recent killing in southern Kaduna. It's enough to tell you where that guy is headed. So the solution for us right now is 2023 Peter Obi, or we are already done being in Nigeria. We will become an Afghan situation by next year if we don't win this election. Let me round up this way because of time, right? For majority, for those of us, sorry, not majority, for those of us here that are Christians, please go and read the book of Esther, the entire book. Before, I used to just read Esther and stop at Haman. When Haman was defeated, I'll stop there. Go and read the entire book. Where we are now, where Nigeria is right now, is Esther chapter 7 and chapter 8. Solution to our problem in Nigeria for next year is both the election and Esther chapter 9. Go and read Esther chapter 9. Because I was given 2 minutes, I will not break it down. Maybe on another space, but right now, just go and read Esther chapter 9. That is our solution after the day of the election. Because after the day of the election is when we're going to see. May I stop there, beg? Stop. Okay, okay. Go and also watch the movie, Devil's Double. The Devil's Double. The Devil's Double. It will give you a full picture of what Nnamdi Kanu and a couple of persons have said about the person who is seated on that seat right now as president of Nigeria. This is where I'll yield the mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oge. Someone is asking Esther chapter 9 verses what, and the person also wants you to state how that really correlates with what's going on and what will happen after election. Do you want to do that in just 30 seconds?
Okay, 30 seconds won't work, Bill. If you want me to break it down, I can't do 30 seconds.
Okay, then you know what? I will cycle back to you later. Let me just go over to Jerry and then Akaji, and then we'll come back to you much later. So, hi Jerry, how you doing?
Hi, Percy. Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well as well. And greetings to everyone. Bishop, good to see you. Thank you for all you do and for your commitment. WMA, thank you again. So just a very quick one. So my submission is in relation to the governor of Kaduna State and the hypocrisy that he displays and the tribal tendencies that he displays. For me, I think that's one of the most dangerous issues. And for me, I think again, having him answer questions in Chatham House that we asked to Tinubu about national security, I think that's one of the most serious things because if he's been assigned that responsibility and he is demonstrating in this way that he is very complacent, very unconcerned about the plight, the issues that Kaduna is facing now. Showing that lack of concern is a testament to what he's going to do if he's going to be a security advisor or if he's going to hold any security strategic position in the Tinubu administration if he does come to be. Because the thing is, how can somebody who is the governor of the state not show acknowledge, at least acknowledgement, even if it's a three-sentence statement, we acknowledge that there has been some kind of an attack in south of Kaduna. We commiserate with the victims, we sympathize with the victims, and we will try and bring the perpetrators to book. Only those three sentences, that will just show some kind of concern, but nothing at all. And this has happened time and time again. It's happened time and time again. So this is actually a good show. And again, one of his tweets from 2012, which said that anybody who takes a Fulani life has taken a loan that will be repayable. no matter how long it takes. That loan will be repayable. So now this is somebody now moving out of the terrain of humanity and stepping into the terrain of God. Where you can now place value on human life. Now, who are you to place value on? Have you made a human being? Have you created the life? Yes, you can create the physical material, the biological material of human beings are made of by sexual intercourse, but you cannot put life into that biological material. It is only God that puts life and is able to take life out of that biological material. You see what I'm saying? So now someone is now being able to decide which life is more valuable than another life. So now you're ready to revenge the death of a Fulani person if a Fulani person is killed, as opposed to someone else who is from the same country. And for me, life is sacrosanct. It doesn't matter where you're from, what color of your skin, what God you pray to, what religion you do, what rituals you observe. You're a human being. Life is sacred. I haven't made life, so I have no right to take life or decide who takes life or who gives life. You see what I'm saying? So why would somebody be able to put themselves in the position of God, where they say one particular life is more sacred than another one? And then you want to entrust the national security to this person. And these are the things that I'm saying. What has happened to Nigerians? What is making us think in this way that you know clouds our judgment, whether it be religious or tribal sentiments that make us go back to these people that are ready to destroy us. So my appeal is that we should support, and I think we should use this opportunity very strongly, really strongly, to try and move into the south of Kaduna and say to them, listen, your life is at risk. This has been happening for a long time. It's been progressing. It's been getting worse. Getting worse. We need to move away from this establishments, these two parties. We need to make a drastic change in a new direction where we will be able to overhaul the entire security architecture and be able to even talk about things like restructuring, have debates, have bills passed in the House of Senate and the House of Reps about issues regarding our union as Nigeria, how we devolve security matters down to the local governments and even to the local communities, because I believe that this is where you find the vigilante groups who are able to stand up to these perpetrators and these invaders. These invaders come in, the people who are local to the area are the ones who are positioned best to be able to withstand their ground and also to be able to, defend their land. So I believe that we need to address this restructuring so that people who are local, who know more about what's going on in communities, should be empowered to stand their ground and to fight and to defend their land. So let me just yield for now, and I'll let someone else speak. So yes, so thank you, and I believe let's get into Southern Kaduna and try and spread this message and make them aware. We'll do what it takes to do that, please. I want to take this as very serious. I'm doing some work in Kaduna as well. We have some projects planned for Southern Kaduna. And we are distributing some food items to the Christian community in South Kaduna. That's what my school group is doing. So if you want to key in, please also follow our page and see what we are doing. But I want to take this to South Kaduna and do whatever we can. We have some people working in those areas. So we want to empower them to do a bit more. We have quite a few people who are working in those areas. So please, thank you very much, and I'll yield the mic for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jerry. I know this may sound cliche, but most times we say, oh, in sane societies, by now heads would have been rolling, resignations would have been flying back and forth, trials, jail sentences, and all that. But don't we want our own society to be sane as well? Like, it doesn't take these people that are doing this, they don't have two heads. They're human beings like us. Sometimes some of these countries we actually want to run to, we want to go live in, we have better resources, better natural resources. We are richer than them, right? The basic thing every human being needs is like you need to feel secure in your environment before you can actually be able to, engage in other activities. I don't understand why it's so difficult. I don't understand. Every time something you're doing, every time, like, is it rocket science to be able to deal with this? And honestly, if there's anyone who supports RFI or the APC government here, I would like for you to come up here to just like make it make sense to me why 5 days after this has happened, no condolence message, no visit, no relief materials, nothing whatsoever. Because sometimes I don't like operating echo chambers. I like to hear from you. Come and tell me, come and make it make sense to me. It will never make sense to me, but come and try all you can to tell me why the person you support has not come to even, not even a word from him. Not even a word from him. Well, I'll be waiting. I'm seeing some of you here. I'm not even gonna mention names. I'm just gonna give you the liberty to request for the mic and come here and tell us why this person has done nothing about what is going on. And again, like I said, I'm getting DMs. If you are not able to request for the mic, do well to leave and return. It happens sometimes. It's a glitch from Twitter. So let me pass the mic over real quick to Odo. After Odo, we'll go over to Green Purple Rave. Hi, Odo.
Good morning, Els. How are you doing? I hope it's morning where you are. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. It's actually 6:22 a.m. here where I
Oh,
am.
okay. So it is morning. Um, yeah, I was just passing by, and then I got gripped by Stephen. I've followed you now because he gets the the challenge Buhari has is not incompetence. If it was just incompetence, then we could live with it. But some of the stuff is premeditated and calculated. If you look at 2015, the Middle Belt actually, some of their leaders and a lot of the people there placed their trust in Buhari. So he had so much goodwill that if he meant well, he he would have been able to succeed as a president. We talk about Samuel Otom. Otom was an APC governor in 2015. And of course, when he started putting out the caskets to debunk the usual media, the media would just say there was a clash and they would say 2 people or 3 people. So when he lined up 74 caskets on New Year's Day, with people's names against everyone, he became a persona non grata in APC. And so he had to be eased out into the PDP. Back to Sudan Kaduna. Um, the brother that was talking, I think Jerry, before me. What you don't realize is that the Southern Kaduna people are fired up for this election because the gentleman that's running for Labour, Jonathan Asake, I've had him in a Zoom forum with some other leaders from the area and Malaifa as well when he was still alive. About the struggle, it's been an ongoing thing. So they are fired up for this. And I've said it before, APC has only 2 paths to victory in 2023. One is extreme violence, which will suppress votes. And the second one is disrupt the election as well, because they cannot. They can't. They can't win. And what if you look at the trajectory from 2015, Nasir El-Rufai was almost hitting 1.6 million. By 2019, it's dropped to roughly around 1.2. And his opponent was coming up to 800-ish. Now, if Jonathan is guaranteed like 100% in Southern California, and with the other gentleman in the central, so they are coasting to victory, and that's why this is happening. The test case was Mr. Chintak, and that was the question I asked the Labour people. Have you put something? Can you send a signal, no matter how little, that this is not going to be accepted? Because they are testing the ground. So this thing has everything to do with 2023. To cause extreme violence there, it's happening there, it's happening in the southeast as well. So just reflect on it, think about it. But yeah, what we should what we should do is help the people who are alive, support them however we can. But there needs to be some sort of security. If people will be taking turns to watch and guard with whatever they have, um, then so be it. But 2023, this is APC's plan. And you heard that gentleman in Borno, if they will kill and bury people, that's what he said. His word, not mine. So that's what we are dealing with. And in simple terms as well, I think it's stop Southern Kaduna genocide. That's the one we want to trend. Um, we've tagged as many people as we can, from Biden to Trump to some of the radical Congress people, um, and even the Archbishop of Canterbury. Because what Buhari used to do is, when some of these things happen, they will release a picture of Buhari with him when he's in London. And he said, with my friend, Archbishop of Canterbury. So I said, sir, you commissioned a project headed by the Archbishop of Truro, which showed you Nigeria was right at the top of extreme persecution for Christians. And then you are providing photo op and coverage for this guy. So we have a battle in our hands. We have a battle, and there needs to be very strong lobby abroad. And then, well, let me not ramble on. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk. And my heart goes out to those who have lost loved ones. I have close friends in Sudan, Kaduna. God bless you.
Thank you, Odo, and thanks for all you're doing. I agree with you. Tagging these people will go a long way. We also need to do more than that, because tags work, but not all the time. So we actually need to look for another way, other ways, to get their attention as well. Um, Initially, I used to think, okay, every time something happens, we have a government, or we still keep calling people from outside to come save us. Like, for how long are we going to keep doing that? It usually did not make sense to me. But at this point, what else are we going to do? When the government of the day is not listening, they are not listening, they don't really care. Anything that will not ask for them individually or politically, they really do not care, right? So we actually need to. It's heartbreaking. It's beyond. In fact, I'm just trying to be on this space. I'm trying all I can to be on this space. I'm totally short of words. I'm totally short of words. So I would like to appeal, moving forward, anyone trying to make a submission, please make your submission in addition to solutions, because we need to start looking for solutions. And then I can't remember who said he is doing some things in Southern Kaduna. I would like to support that as well. I have been doing some personal grassroots mobilizations. I have actually shut down on that because I have done all I can do. But I think we need to, as individuals, as companies or whatever, we need to actually look for a way to help these people. If it's to send relief materials, just to make them feel a little bit better. Um, I wish, I'm not saying I wish this happened days earlier, because nobody ever wishes for it to happen, but it would have been, kind of cool to send them something for Christmas to make them feel, have the feel of Christmas. You know, I know you understand what I'm trying to say, but it's sad. It's really sad. But I will like to support anybody doing some sort of maybe not grassroots mobilization, trying to send relief materials to people in Southern Kaduna. I will very, very much like to support that. So I'll pass the mic over now to Green Purple. Green Purple, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much, Miss Pearl. This is Green Pasture, alias Green Purple. Yes, greetings to everybody who is here today. Bishop, thank you so much for all you do with me. I mean, everybody who has been here somehow, some way, putting their own or sowing their own seed to this massive harvest of supporters for Peter Obi and obedience worldwide. Kaduna is my birth home, is my hometown. I don't really think somebody can come and tell me he's not Kaduna man, and I am, because we are all Kaduna people, one way or the other. From whichever part of the world, as long as you're in Nigeria and you have people in Nigeria that one from the other, they are brutalized both economically, genocidally, in whichever way, as long as you have Nigerians that are crying because of the wrongdoings in terms of insecurity, that's actually leading to an economic situation and crisis, because this food crisis situation is leading to a large some of food shortage in Nigeria. They now look at the amount of people that die every day. So
Uh-oh, what happened? Oh dear, I think we lost him. There we go again. Okay, guys. So while we wait for him, let's quickly go over to Oja was supposed to take the mic, but he's no longer here. Mohammed was here before, but he had a low battery, but he's back now. So I'll pass the mic over to him while we pastor. Over to you, Mohammed.
Good afternoon, Pels, Bishop, where me, everyone on this page, Madonna, I greet you all. It's indeed very sad to be seeing this kind of things going on, especially in my state, Kaduna, where I come from. I actually don't even understand what is even happening, what's going on. Nigeria is just like, sorry to say, but I don't know which kind of country we are even living in. Life, whenever any country try to politicize people life, play politics, human life, that's almost the end of that country. Killings have become normal in Nigeria. Humans' life are not having any value. Now let me tell you, recently where I come from, as where I'm residing presently, there was an area, used to be an area where I used to live called Tudumbardi. Tudumbardi. I escaped through ceiling. I would have been normal today. I escaped through ceiling. I ran away midnight via ceiling. Escape. I escaped via my cylinders through my room. I jump, hold the ceiling, and then land another room, then drop, still hold another ceiling, then jump and enter another side till I just happens to get myself outside. I dropped down, I got an injury. I didn't mind, I didn't care. I was running midnight because these headsmen surrounded our vicinity, begin to pack people, shoot everywhere. So this thing, I don't know where it is coming from. I don't know who is planning all these things. I don't know. I just don't know. I'm presently in Kaduna. You know, we don't know, we don't need to be playing with all these things. We need to take these things up to whom it may concern. And medias are not helping matters. 50 people will be killed. These people will go and report that only 2 persons are killed. We should just know what to do. On this note, I would like to call on all the youth in Nigeria, irrespective of region, religion, ethnicity. It's high time we come together. We should just all come together and tell each other the truth. This killing is everywhere, but that of Southern Kaduna is too much. Much. I was shocked when I saw it. I was just shocked. The same thing that was happening in Zamfara some months back. Happens to be in Maradun 2 months back or 3 months back. These people come to a neighboring village, they kill almost everybody, rape people's wife in their very presence. They rape your wife and shoot her in your presence, then they'll shoot you. This is uncalled for. Where are we heading to? Peace is the first thing we should be agitating for. Whoever have hand in this, God will punish that person. We are living in a high rate of poverty. Access to quality, access to school quality education. We are being deprived of it. Now they are killing us. Where are we going to? For the sake of God? What's happening? What is going on? What is happening? What have we done to deserve this kind of punishment in Nigeria? Please, whosoever have hands in this shall not see light.
in the entire of his life. Whosoever is having hand in this kind of atrocity will forever be facing wrath of God. This is uncalled for. I swear by God, I have been shedding tears. Human life, just like God. Haba. Only to live, just for people to even live. You don't give them money. You don't allow them to go to their farms. You don't allow them to go to the market. You follow them back down to their houses and kill them as if you are killing ants. Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. Else, I yield the mic, please.
Thank you, Mohammed. I really do understand how you feel knowing that this is happening in your own state. I'm terribly sorry about that. And for everyone who has been affected in one way or the other directly by these events, I am terribly, terribly sorry. If I am feeling this way, and I wonder how you are feeling, I am terribly sorry about that. So let me pass the mic over now to Madonna. After Madonna, we will have Olawaski, Chijoke, Ogo, and so on and so forth. Maxwell, I will come to you a little bit later since you've spoken before. Let's take Madonna now. Hi, Madonna.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. All protocols observed. Actually, Nigerians, we are mourning. We are all mourning. Instead of being in celebration mood, we are all mourning because of what is happening. Every day, a lot of innocent Nigerians are being spared. Why those that are supposed to protect us say nothing? But is there hope? There is hope. Because I remember that somehow before ENSAS, we have been having hashtag Southern Kaduna. It's not today, but today it has spread. We are talking about Southern Kaduna, we don't know what is happening in Benue. That is unreported. Thanks to our media that have been gagged, I don't know what is happening, but everybody will give account of your profession, of what the gift that God gave you, what you use it to do. We are talking what is happening in Enugu State is spreading down to Anambra non-government, we spreading to Anambra State. Lagos is already occupied by men. No, there's no single region that is safe right now. But thank God that there's a little hope because all along we have been doing hashtag, but now faith, we are now coming here to vent our anger, to give suggestion on what to do. But I remember I listened to Obadiah Malafi in Nigeria Info, that interview that he did. He said something that each time that whatever that is unfolding, I'll keep on remembering that. He said that they want to cause war so that election will not hold. Okay, God, thank you for your submission. Because it seems as if we are trying to play into their hands. Whatever that will make us to go out, because let me tell you, Atiku, Tinubu, Shetima, if we go out of the move out now, they will shoot all of us. Nothing will happen, even if they don't have it now. It's only rats that is in Nigeria. They are ready to answer president of rats of Nigeria. We should not play into their hands. Something like this petition is okay. But for now, no protest. No protest. Wisdom is the principal thing. We are not going to allow them to have their way. We are already cruising into what we need now is change of government. After the change of government, this movement will not die. We have to keep on firing because it's only when we are speaking that they will be quiet. But if we just after P2B and that thing they've entered, if we leave them there, they will strangle them. They will not be able to do anything. But if the obedient movement, this awareness that sure we are getting back our country, we will be coming back gradually. It is not going to happen again. Rome was not built in a day, but we have started. We have sowed the seed. That seed will not die until we will recover back. Our country, Nigeria will not be Afghanistan. It will not. But if we miss this opportunity of electing P2B, if people don't know what is happening, they want to cause confusion everywhere so that Nigerians will either move to the street, they will kill as many people as possible, young people. Of course, it's the youth that they are the foundation of the obedient movement. Tell me, these 40 people now that are killed, that were buried, and we don't know how many they were. God forbid that God will stop them. Is it not? Are they not depreciating the P2B's and the Bidatis votes? They know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. In Anambra State, have been shouting it. Nobody is collecting PVC. They say there will be no election. Nobody is talking anything. And now they are, look at what is happening in Kaduna. You don't know what another spanner they are going to show tomorrow. Or let us be focused. We have started something, and God is with us. This battle, we are going to win. When we win it, we have a listening government. We can begin to take all these things. All, right from top to bottom. Everybody that have made Nigeria to pass through this thing, they will all be prosecuted. It is now when we say something, there will be rule of law. The judges will not be brought over. When we talk, our voices will be heard. But right now, you cannot come and say you want to come and do something. Buhari will be picking his seat in Aso Rock. Tinubu, that is what they want. Back of the Kaduna State. They like blood. They eat flesh drinkers of blood. We should not play into their hands. After watching David this video, I was crying proud, but I had to wipe my ear. So when some people come and say revolution, please let someone to do that. And don't say something that will dampen people's spirit. Because people have sacrificed a lot to make sure that we change this government. And it is only when we change this government, because people believe that it is we in Nigeria that will be in power. When we change it, that we begin to change a lot of things. When we say things they will begin to implement, because they know that without us, can remove them, we can install now and demote. So please, I want us, in as much as we are mourning for our brothers and sisters that have lost their lives, it happened like 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, yesterday, and if we don't do anything, it will continue to happen. And thank God for this small now that we have to say something, because if we miss P2B, there will be nothing like space again. There will nothing like soon, because they will ban everything. So I want us to bear in mind of what we are, the battle we are facing. We are facing principalities and powers. People that don't want us to be alive. People that want us to die of hunger. People that can eat palliative in noodles from us, and now they are repackaging it to give to our people so that they can collect our food. I'm already emotional now. I just see my mind.
Okay, thank you, Madonna, for your very passionate submission. So someone is saying, why are we calling God in something we can handle by ourselves? And I'm telling you, trust me, I'm sorry guys, that was the alarm I said. So trust me, we are doing our best as human beings. But the place of spirituality in this whole thing can never be overemphasized. There is a cliche saying that heaven helps those who help themselves. We are trying to help ourselves. And part of what we're doing is coming on this space to have this conversation, to look for solutions, to look for way forward. And in doing that, we need the help of God as well. So, my brother, I understand where you're coming from. We are not just praying about this and calling God and doing nothing, because you cannot be calling God and folding your hand in one corner of your room, expecting manna to fall from heaven. No, I believe the reason you're in this place today is because you also are trying to find solutions to what is going on. And as a human being, there is a limit to your powers, especially when you live in a country like Nigeria, where you know that the government does not care. They could not even give a flying foot about you. So you do what you can, you have conversations, you put in actions, and then you call on God to help you as well, my brother. Thank you very much, Madonna, for your submission. I'll pass the mic over now to Olawaski.
Good morning, Bishop. Good morning, Wendy. Good morning, Charles, and good morning, fellow Nigerians. Sorry, my voice is not weather. Um, I first of all, I would like to the families that have lost lives and livelihoods in Kaduna State and all other parts of Nigeria. This has been a recurring decimal in our history and in our recent lives as a people. And for me, I understand that, when they say the first came for the let me just use it, they came for socialists and we said, no, it was not us. We came for socialists, so we kept reading. That is what has just happened in this situation. I think as a people, we are going to begin to speak up anytime we see injustice won, make it injustice won, and speak up and join our hands together to fight any form of injustice. Because once you overlook injustice in one direction, it always has a way of finishing one, leading to the other. But if it starts somewhere and everybody join their hands together to push it, it makes it a lot more easier to be sorted, such that it does not overwhelm. So what I'm saying is we are doing fantastically well so far. However, if we instead of I'm not saying that providing them some form of succor in times of this kind of difficulty that they're facing by sending relief materials will not be of help. But I think that's not the goal. The point is I think we should rather focus on the root cause of all these problems. If we can't get that for now, then we know for me, I believe strongly that leadership is the problem. Over time relinquished our position as citizens and allowed people that are not even educated, people that's hungry, people that for lack of a better word do not have recognize poverty upon and use them whenever they want. They make them very malleable so that they use them. These are these motherfuckers now. They're even sharing the rice that was supposed to be palliative. Gentlemen, I think what we should be doing right now is any place we see those stuff that they are sharing. Our job is to look for which state is sharing that thing that they posted online. Get the video of their palliative when they start scampering for palliative and attach both of them and put. That is the easiest way to counter that thing and make the message pass. That this is our money. That's what I do. Whatever money we are getting, I think this should only falls for further. Make sure that we go all out. Make sure that we get this abuse. I hope you understand that Atiku and Tinubu are not a mistake. There is, I keep saying, a cabal. It is an ethno-religious cabal that runs the two parties, APC and
Is
PDP.
something going
Their
on in the
plan,
space because I can't hear anything? Or is
you
it me?
can't hear.
If someone
Okay, Sakina, can you hear me? It happens sometimes. Sometimes it's a glitch. You hear some speakers and you don't hear some. But can you hear me, Sakina?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, right. So someone is speaking. If you give it a little bit, you will start to hear the person. It happens. So please go ahead, Olawaski. Sorry for the
Yes,
interruption.
it's an ethno-religious cabal running Nigeria. We can continue to pretend that we don't know that. That's why the plan was to hand over power to Atiku this time around. Atiku is just a placeholder. They just wanted to kick him. And that is eventually why all those videos we are seeing. They're trying to embarrass, trying to puncture holes in his in his campaign and make sure that he fails. The plan was to hand over power to Atiku. And if at all, that's why they put what around sponsor. They put him there as a plan B. So that whatever happens, we definitely have one, a particular religion in power, or two, a particular religion in power and a particular ethnicity in power. And that is wrong. It is wrong on all fronts. And when we continue to pretend that these things are not wrong, we continue to pretend that we are coaching. That's how we have gotten here. First time we even have a group of people that have decided to start calling black, black, white, white. Stop calling and black, blue.
Olawaski, are you done? Olawaski, okay, he went mute there. So guys, I would like for us to okay.
Sorry. Can you hear me? I thought somebody
Yes, I
said it.
can hear you. Do you want to round up in 30 seconds? Thank you.
Yes. The point is this. For the first time, we are having a movement that can say that white is white and black is black. I think we should keep that up. That's ethno-religious. I don't know whether you heard what I said when I said that their job and their plan was to make sure that comes to power. If a people does not come, a particular religion must remain in power. And that is really wrong. It is wrong on all fronts, especially because Nigeria is a multi-ethnic and multi-religious society. You cannot do that. That's wrong. So we need to start speaking up when we see things that are wrong. I tell you, if God forbid, for any reason, Peter was authority, you will see what will happen. Then Nigerians will understand what we have been fighting for. Why people are
I'm so
telling us.
sorry, Olawaski. There is this very loud background noise where you are. Do you want to
No,
take care of
it's
that?
okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. While we wait for Olawaski, let's move over real quick on the queue. We have Chijoke. After Chijoke, we have Ogo, Sakina, and then Ibika Pade. So what's your Chijoke? Thank you very much, Pels, Wayme, Bishop. Thank you everyone on the space. Um, I will start by saying that Christmas is not merry in Nigeria because of what just happened in Southern Kaduna. First of all, we are all humans before anything, before the religion, before your political inclination, before whatever. We are humans first. And whatever we are doing, I think every religion is poised to make the human life better. So, having said that, I don't really understand why some people will take it upon themselves to waste lives. If you paint the picture very well, you see that Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world. That means living in Nigeria is already hard. It is already very, very difficult to live, to eat 3 times a day. And these people go to their farms to cultivate so they would feed. Then they are surrounded by armed men and slaughtered, raped and killed. And over the years, Southern Kaduna has been, um, should I say, has been very, very targeted in these killings because it is majorly dominated by Christians. Now, politics is deliberate, politics is conscious, and politics is premeditated. Nothing just happens. Nothing that is happening now just happens. Everything has been sat down, calculated, thought about, the aftermath, the reaction. And I think Nigerians we are not angry enough. We are becoming used to these killings that it's becoming nothing anymore because like you said, you might hear killing and they say just 10%. And people like okay, the number is not that much. And these are people with dreams. These are people that has their own aspirations. These are people that want to make something out of their life and their lives are just cut short because they are Nigerians, because they are Christians in Southern California. And they're telling me that governor of the state doesn't have an idea of what is happening in his state, that he's the CEO or the CSO, Chief Security Officer. Because Is it just it is me or quite is Chijoke breaking? I think you're breaking. Is it just me? I can hear you, but you keep breaking a little bit. I don't know if it's just from my end. So please go ahead and
No,
run up
yeah,
the
it's breaking. It's actually breaking. I can hardly hear him.
Right. Okay. So Chijoke, I don't know. Maybe it's your network or something. Do you want to fix that? Or okay, just try and speak again. You have 1 minute to round up. Thank you. Okay, we lost him. So on the queue we have Ogo and then Sakina. Ogo, are you there? Ogo? Okay, Sakina, over to you. And guys, I'm gonna appeal if you're not ready to speak, please do not request for the mic. We have lots of people wanting to come and join in this conversation. So ensure you are ready before you request for the mic. So Sakina, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good
Please
morning.
go ahead.
Nice meeting you all. My condolences to each and every one of us because a lost life in Nigeria right now is to everyone, regardless of your religion, regardless of what you believe. It's very, very sad. Every time we come on these spaces, we talk about what should be done and what should not. I just want us to be clear about something about this Governor El Rufai. People are saying, "Oh, Governor El Rufai is Governor El Rufai that." We Nigerians are so
fast to forget things. Recent interview that the president himself had, he said something like, "Oh, and I will say this in Hausa, because people that understand, I will later translate it in English." He was asked, and he said in Hausa, and I quote, "In sun ce ba za su je gona ba, yunwa zai ci ubansu." Meaning, if you refuse to farm, then hunger will deal with you. I don't want to literally, I think that is what it meant. What I'm trying to say here is that even the president himself is caught up on the reality of what is happening in Nigeria. I'm sorry, I'm driving. Because I am from a village. When I say I'm from a village, this is a village girl who has seen life in America. And so I understand when people talk, I kind of understand where today, because I'm in America, I might be saying, oh, this, that, and that, because I want the internet. I'm living in this big place. I'm opportune to be here. But no, that is not what is the reality. Is not what we all talk about. Is we have to be blamed for so many things, even in our own homes. Governor El-Rufai is just what Nigerian leaders would do. And I know that most of us have been facing these challenges selling Peter Obi. What I get from my own people is that, oh, this is the same thing they told us about Buhari. And here we can't go to our farm. My people in my village did not care about government. They didn't care what the governor or they were not even interested. All they want to do is to go to their farms and just get their little yam and whatever they are planting there and be able to feed themselves. But at the end of the day, they cannot. And this is how they begin to start paying attention to the government. So if we all stay here and say, oh, the governors are going to do something to us or they will not do something, I think it's time for us to just get it right. Even Peter Obi that we are telling, I am obedient 100% and I'm doing my best. I will tell you how many times I have been duped because I'm not in Nigeria. I have my family working. People who come and join the obedience movement. Once something happen every day, I'm battling trying to settle issues instead of telling our president. I'm here trying to convince my people what will happen if Peter Obi should get there. What if he doesn't perform just like the way we treated Buhari? So all I'm trying to say is that most of us are saying international work. No, no one is coming to take care of your house for you. You have to do it by yourself. And sooner or later, we have to start understanding that we have everything it takes. Nobody's going to come to fight our fight for us. We keep asking international world to come and help us and do this. They will not. Their interest lies with the government. And who are the government? The government are the people killing us. So we have to start telling our people, people talk about religion. I'm a Muslim. And the way I tell Peter Obi these days is I tell them, even if you stay on the praying mat, we pray 5 times a day. If you stay on the mat and you don't eat, wallahi, Allah will not come down and feed you because you are sitting down there praying for him. He will not feed you. So let's keep all this religion and yes, like we're told, if you practice your religion or you pray as if you've never read before and you read as if you've never prayed before, this is what we should be doing. And please, I want to also see that after 2023, because I am confident that Peter Obi will win. Please, let's not forget where we lie. Let's continue what we are doing because this is the only way our government will know that the people are ready for them. Because politics is like a retirement home for everyone. They go there, they know they are not going in, and people keep quiet about it, and they go for free, and that is what has continued over time. Let's start making them pay, and it's very complicated that the media is really, really not helping. Because look at that kind of comment coming from the president, and we just did that for one day, and that was it. So I think we should do more of communication, making awareness, let people see what is really happening, and what we can do if any government do not perform. People comes after 4 years, we don't see what we want, he goes. And then we'll find this is how it's gonna be until we get it right. Thank you so much, guys, and nice meeting you all again.
Thank you, Sakina. Obi has told us in a video I saw yesterday, he said in one of the rallies, I think it was in Bayelsa, he said, whenever you come for these rallies or whenever I speak, record me, because whatever you record, hold me accountable. And this is not just him speaking from the angle of being a politician. We know sometimes these politicians, of course, they can't make promises which they will never fulfill. They have no plans at all to fulfill them. But from his antecedents, we know that this man, he will fulfill them. So if everything that is happening in Nigeria right now is not getting you angry, then I don't understand. I don't know what else can get you angry. I don't understand. Some people who are not even living in Nigeria, who are not affected by these things, so to say, they're actually more angry than those that are supposed to be more angry. It doesn't make sense. I see some tweets sometimes and it just gets to me. And what I try to do sometimes is I mute some of these people because I don't want those tweets. How can you, with everything that's happening, still support this APC government? How can? Don't you have any brain matter? Do you have any conscience? Make it make sense to me. Make it make sense to me. I was having a conversation with some friends the other day, and I was telling them, I said, hey, anybody that supports APC can never be my friend. People are entitled to their own political associations and beliefs, but anybody that supports APC can never be my friend because you're a threat to over 200 million Nigerians. Yes. Well, guys, I'm just gonna move on real quick. I'll pass. We have lots of people, a whole lot of people wanting to come up on stage. So let's do this real quick. If we can stick to maybe like 2 minutes, then that'll be really great. Kandake, you've been here for the longest time. I'm trying as much as possible not to cycle speakers. So you see, I will come to you. So let's take Kandake. Kandake, are you there? Okay, Kandake is not there. So you see, we will take you, and then Chijoke is back. After Chijoke, we'll go to Gabriel and then move on from there. So you see, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Pels. I came up, just to clarify some things and also add. When I had this, I think his name is Steven speaking, I was happy with the angles he was coming from. But before I go back to that, as for what I said about, in reply to what you said earlier on, Pels, if you need evidence, I'm not saying that there are evidences that show that international community are funding Boko Haram or terrorism. No, I don't have evidence to show you that. But there are obvious evidences that these people are seriously advocating for the reintegration of terrorists and bandits who are captured in Nigeria. And it's the same thing we are saying. These people, these same bandits we are talking about, are sometimes captured and sent to police stations. And before the twinkle of an eye, they don't even last there for 24 hours and they are released back into the society. So it's the same happening all over. No proper justice system to actually punish people for the offenses they commit. The Nigerian government have turned to, let me not say what I want to say. They've turned to serious forgivers who now forgive crimes and not actually punish crimes. When we have penal laws applicable both in the north and in the south of Nigeria. So it's very funny. Going back to what I said before, just recycle a bit. When I was talking about it not being, I tried to make it sound that it rests on governance. There's a reason. We have seen conferences, confabs that were held in Nigeria. There were reports. What have been done with those reports? I bet you since the return of democracy in 1999, there have been a lot of conferences. There have been a lot of reports. The report for the reformation of electoral system in Nigeria by Justice Wise. There have been the confab, tons of reports. The NSAS reports are there, lying. In fact, they are covered with serious dust as we speak. There's nothing done when we hold conferences. I bet you that. And nobody is going to give you referendum on a plate. Nobody is going to serve it to you. In Nigeria, where there is no referendum in the constitution for anything apart from the creation of state, I don't know what we are expecting. So that is why when you hear somebody come out to say revolution, they come at you with full force, they term you a felon, it's against the government and all that. This is not what happens in insane climes. Nobody does this in proper democratic settings. You only see it in Nigeria. And that's why I continue to tell you that it is a government funded enterprise. I make no fear to say this. People who sit at the helm of affairs in governance, state governors, leaders, fund these things. They use it to play games. They use it to calculate. As we are busy permutating how elections will go, how people will vote along social lines and the rest, these people are also adding the insecurity as permutations for political,
fulfillment. So that is why I said once you change the head, you have gone a lot. If you have a change head of government, for instance, the president, um, Peter Obi comes into power. Peter Obi can hire and fire. If you are not performing well as the leader of the armed forces, you hire and fire. In the police, the commissioner is not doing well. Call him to order. Hold a meeting immediately. Speak to your people and tell them what is going on. If he's not functional, remove him. You have the power for heaven's sake. That's why the first step is change of government. Once we put the proper governance in power, he is the chief and commander of the armed forces. Why Steve was also talking, you could hear him say now when Goodluck Jonathan was there that he was not actually the commander in chief. That is because he chose Goodluck Jonathan chose not to wield the power very well as the commander in chief of the armed forces of Nigeria. For heaven's sake, the chief of army staff is not the number one man of the armed forces. He's the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So that is where everybody Plantinobu, for those who watch Money Heist, is not a thing to laugh about. But then, this is where we come in to vote in the proper people in power. When they are there in power, they can be answerable to the people. They can know that the lives of the people matter so much. So you see a person who have openly told you that blood will spill. Muhammad Buhari said this thing. Come on. And you think that he's going to grant you security? Or you want to talk about a what's it called? Erufai that has told you that an attack on these people is an attack on their people. You think that when he is at the helm of affairs that there will be any difference? You won't see anything different. Change the government, they'll do hire and fire. The people who are supposed to lead, who are supposed to give the orders, going from top to the people at the bottom. Wherever the order is coming from the top, it must reach the last man at the bottom, and they will take it, serious. Look at the NSAS thing. Did the international community come to our aid? They will only speak and condemn. That is the best they can do. We are a sovereign state. And that is why we wield the power. We are a sovereign state. They only hold conferences, condemn, and the likes. Nothing more will be done. And as funny as it sounds, even though the president calculates all the killings that want to be done, for instance, nobody's going to say anything except he drops down. Then they will start talking about taking him to international criminal courts. Look at this Liberian man, Charles Taylor. He came into Nigeria to even seek asylum. So what are we saying? Let us change government, then we can move ahead from there. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Michael. When you call someone the chief security officer of a state, do you know the meaning of that? Do you know the implication of that? I agree with you. Most of this whole issue boils down to bad leadership. It really boils down to that. Thanks for that submission. So Chijoke is back. I will give you a minute to finish your submission and then move ahead with the queue. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Feroz. Like I said, government is politics is premeditated, conscious, and nothing just happens. Nothing just happens in politics. So these killings, I won't say it just happens. And again, the bullets that were used in Southern Kaduna, it's AA, like anti-aircraft. That's what it's called. It's even against international laws to use such bullets on human beings. It's meant for aircraft, but it's used in Southern Kaduna. So the government sees everything. They know what is happening. If the state government failed to see it, the federal government sees it. And they don't even as much as acknowledge these killings, for the people to even find some sort of closure. So, like the last speaker said, the only thing left for us is to bring about revolution through our PVCs to change the government. That is when we start seeing effects. That's when we start seeing Nigeria as a country. As it is now, the country is not even like, and again, there are these people that call themselves undecided voters. You are not undecided voters. You are not an undecided voter. You are grossly irresponsible. You are grossly stupid because we are all in this country where people are dying from the east to the north to the west. I mean, and you are still feeling like you are undecided. Like, and APC has the nerves to come to the states, Nigerian states, and campaign, and people are actually rooting for them. Like you said, first, anybody that's supporting APC is an enemy. And if you are here, if you are dating an APC woman or dating an APC man, yeah, you should break up the relationship because that person does not place value to human lives.
person cannot even protect you. Those people are those people that encourages domestic violence. People are dying, and you are supporting the government that is in charge of such killings. Boko Haram are captured. They are called repentant Boko Haram and reinstated into the Nigerian society where they continue what they've been doing. And somebody is somewhere supporting the government to retain power. The same party that has unleashed this sort of nightmare on Nigerians. Because even if you are abroad, even if you are somewhere safe in Nigeria like Lagos or some part of Abuja, somehow you will travel now. There was a time they got to the airport. The roads are not safe. So what are you campaigning for APC for? So to those undecided voters, decide today to be responsible, to be a Nigerian, and to actually make an impact, to bring a very responsible and competent government led by people to power, so that we begin to enjoy the benefits of being Nigerians. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joke, for that submission. So moving on real quick, I'll pass the mic over to Duke of Iyo. You've been here for a long while. You have the floor. Please go ahead. Duke of Iyo.
Hello
Okay,
and
so
good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear
okay,
me?
good afternoon. I can hear you. How are you doing?
Well, at this time, I must confess that I'm very worried. I've cried my eyes out after seeing that documentary. After reading what has been said, posted on Twitter and what has been said right here, I must confess to you that I'm not in my right state of mind. I'm traumatized because these things are what we saw coming. And way back in 2015, we tried to campaign against this. Right now, I work in a multinational company, and I have some of my colleagues that I try to at least preach the Peter Obi message to them. But due to tribe and some religious sentiments, most of them are still in the APC camp, and there is nothing I just can do about it. But from the scenario that has rightly played in Southern Kaduna, I would like everybody to know that these things is just a matter of time before they knock on our footstep. At a point, I know some of these things, like I am a proper quiet man, and we know what happens in the eastern bloc of Nigeria. We know the killings that have gone on unabated. We know how they've controlled our resources, and any attempt to speak out against them ends up some bullets one way or the other. And attempts to fight for our rights ends up in the mortuary somewhat. And all of these were happening in this eastern bloc of Nigeria. And at the point, nobody was saying anything. It was okay for military guys from Southern Kaduna or wherever to suppress us, and actually, it is drilling home. So the point I'm trying to make is that let's just try to drive out tribalism out of Nigeria. At least that is one way that we can start reorganizing Nigeria. The things that have happened in Southern Kaduna is very traumatizing. My family have seen that, and you need to see the scenario at home now. Everybody is mute. Nobody, since morning, I've not taken anything. I've just been listening to you guys. And it's the same situation for all of my family people. So I want to make an attempt to make a plea to everybody, every Nigerian, whether you're an Hausa man, Yoruba man, or an Igbo man. Please, let's use this opportunity to bring the change that we deserve. We are not human. We are not animals. We know that we are the biggest black nation on planet Earth, and we know that as a result of this, there are so many attempts that will be made to keep us undeveloped because we are black people. But let us move beyond religion, tribalism, sentiment, and when we can do this, we should be able to make informed decisions and vote for the proper leaders. So when we can do this, we can present our children with a proper future. I'm really a bit traumatized. I don't even know what to say. I'll just be okay with listening to you guys, and from now I hear you, Mike.
I really do understand how you feel right now. I also feel same way, maybe even worse. And I do really better, and that is why we shouldn't wait for this to happen again. We really do need solutions. The so-called president we have, when something happens in another country, he will sympathize with them. He will send aid to them. he would generally be concerned about their welfare, but it's happening in your own country and not the world. It doesn't make sense to me. And the worst set of people are the people enabling this bad governance. Like, these people have failed, you still want to support another person they want to install as your president. Does that make sense to me? I keep saying it every time. Tinubu is not the major problem. The problem is his enablers. You see those people that usually clap and hail him whenever he does or speaks all those gaffes, all those nonsense he says. Those are the real problem. Those are the people you should have problems with, right? So, man, this is just too much. Honestly, it's way, way too much. This Christmas Eve, we are supposed to be having a very good celebration, but we cannot celebrate because people are being murdered. People are falling like flies every day. It's so unfortunate, very, very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Thank you, Duke, for your submission and try to take good care of yourself. I know some people will have to go maybe through some sort of therapy after this, or whatever you do, try to look after yourself. And I'm going to say it again, I've said it before. If there is anything I personally, as an individual, can do to make the sufferings of people in Southern Kaduna a little bit better, please do well to reach out to me. Please do well to reach out to me. I will do what I can for them. So I'll pass the mic over now to Opata. After Opata, we will have Mazi Amechi and then Samuel. So Opata, are you there? Opata Chubese. I'm sorry if I murdered your
Yeah,
name.
yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, good day everyone. So I would just like to, I mean, this is a very sorry day for so many reasons, and for the first time I'm actually heartbroken. But then I just want to focus on the solutions that I think can work, and then I have to also be careful because I mean this is a public space, right? So I can't say everything on the space. So, but um, I think that we can solve this problem if we commit to it. And I mean, Nigeria has been a country that when things really go bad, like people can rise up to the occasion and try to correct things. And even people like even people like Obasanjo and Co. You know, in the past they did something like that, right? And as of today, we have people in the military. There's a general in the Nigerian military. I think either Adebayo or something that um, convened a meeting between the Fulanis rulers in Kaduna um, to help to resolve the crisis. I think Adeni Oyebade, that's his name. He's a general, and then they agreed, and it didn't work out. There has also been several meetings. In fact, there are divisions within these groups, like the Fulani groups. There are different divisions. All of them don't agree with the same ideologies. And, of course, everybody knows that the body, I don't want to use the term body language, but the attitude of the president is supporting this killing. So a lot of people are enraged, especially people um, there are people who are very patriotic, who are either retired army generals or retired people from the army. And we also have people who, even live outside Nigeria that are also very, very concerned about these issues. Because, of course, you don't know what will happen tomorrow, whether someone you know will be affected by this. And um, I think one of the ways that we can start looking towards a solution is to start either if we can form a group where people can volunteer, because this has to be something that is not in the public space. If we can form a group where people can volunteer to solve this issue, I think that would be the first and most important thing. And then you know that in order to solve this type of issue, the people that give, I mean, these people that live in the bush, they don't come in the city and target people. They can't come to the city and target people without informants in right there in the city. Their informants are right there.
right there in the cities. So sometimes they use the police, sometimes they use normal human beings, like citizens who they can convince and all this kind of stuff. But they are right there, the informants are right there. So the only way to counter them is to, also start forming an anti-intelligence group, like a real-time intelligence group, as well as, there are some other things that has to be done as well. But I think I've said enough in terms of. So I don't know if Miss Pills, I don't know if there's anybody on this space who is interested in such a move or direction, and we can start looking towards that. It can be like I can share like a Google form or anything, or maybe people who are interested can DM PLs. I don't know how it can be done, but that's my suggestion. Okay, thank you, Opata, for that submission. Would anyone like to say something about what Opata has just said, or okay? Would anyone like to say something about what Opata has just said? Do you think we should come together as citizens? Not I don't know if there is something we can do to actually solve the situation on ground, because trust me, apart from electing good leaders, we cannot take up arms right now to go fight these people, can we? Because trust me, they have more sophisticated weapons than we can actually ever get, right? So I don't know. I'm gonna reach out to you. Let's really explore that aspect of coming together to actually do something, maybe physically or otherwise. I don't know. Um, I'm still getting DMs. If you're not able to see this, to request for the mic, I don't know. It happens. It's a glitch. It's not Pearls. It's not anyone here that is causing it. It's from Twitter and it's a glitch. So moving on real quick. Let me pass the mic
I'm
over
so
to.
sorry to interject, Miss Pearls. Please, if you want to speak, kindly raise up your hands so we know how to follow the queue. Thank you. Please, if you want to speak, raise up your hands. Thank you.
Great. So let's go with Samuel. After Samuel, we'll go with Cold, Timothy, Sub-Zero, and then Anthony. So Samuel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, pals.
How are you doing today?
I want to say I'm fine, but I'm not very fine because my people from the southern part of Kaduna are not fine. 3 days before this attack on last Sunday, I was speaking with a friend who lives in Kaura. Kaura is the local government, but in Kaura town is just maybe 2 or 3 kilometers from where this massacre happened. He told me directly that they couldn't sleep, that they have had rumors that there were going to be attacks in the community, so they were trying to keep watch. And lo and behold, it didn't happen in that particular community, but it happened very, very close. And when I was listening to Stephen Kepas, I understood him because he is somebody on the ground. He went through a lot because of what was happening in those communities and how he was reporting about it. The problem is actually big. It's huge. It's more than what people present it to be. It's a war of attrition. And these killings are just one aspect of it. It happens in various dimensions. In fact, for anybody being from that place alone, it's like you are someone that has been marked for death, and I can't really understand it. There are numerous examples. It happens, and we kept talking about our governor, and I will tend to want to agree with some people that will say he could be complicit, because you will see it that for the fact that you are a Southern Kaduna person, you will find out that in the public service they have marked you. You are an egghead in maybe an academic institution. You are also marked. You are due for something you will not be given. In fact, it's so terrible that even within Kaduna town where we live, There are places you don't expect to even get infrastructure because you don't belong to a certain demography. That is how bad it is. It's way bigger than what is reported, and I agree with some people that share that sentiment. It's way bigger. So it's something I don't even know the solution. People are targeted, people are killed, people are discriminated against in all manner of ways. For me, I'm a person of faith, so I believe the good book says that the Lord or God rules in the affairs of men. So someday, somehow, judgment will come upon these people that are killing people, that are marking people for elimination, for whatsoever reason. We are humans, for Christ's sake. Thanks, pals.
Thank you for that very quick submission. Moving on real quick, let's go over to Code. Code Samurai.
All right, so good morning. Please, can I be heard?
Good morning. Yes, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been quite a
Please.
privilege
Okay,
to
that's fine.
hear from many of these speakers, especially.
Code, please go ahead. Code, are you there? Do you want to unmute your mic and speak? Okay,
Hello,
Code
hello.
is no
Can
longer
you
there.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please
Okay,
go ahead.
okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I would like to speak and expatiate on what Duke of Uyo has said. But in my own case, I'll be more explicit in what I'm saying. And I would like you all to at least listen to what I'm saying, because I believe to a great extent I've gained some grounds to speak on such issues. I've basically stayed in almost all parts of this country, and by the mercy of God, I can speak about 4 languages in this country based on experience, based on where I hail from and various other reasons. And right now I reside in the north, and I can tell you this 2023 election is beyond what we think we are seeing on Twitter. Because where I am right now in the north, they don't even consider Peter Obi as a candidate. And I tell you the truth, I've conducted my own personal surveys, because the job I do, I have the privilege of being able to speak with different tribes in this north. I hope you know that the northerners don't only constitute of the house.
What area of north are you talking about?
Yes,
What area are you talking
Adamawa
about?
State.
Let us hit the
Adamawa State,
problem on the head.
very precise. Adamawa State.
Adamawa State.
Yes.
Where in Adamawa State, sir?
I don't think I should reveal that exactly, because
No, I think you should, because I know of activities happening in Adamawa State.
Okay,
Because
thank
if you
you.
give me the area, I can point out 1 or 2 activities, and I can tell you to go back again and do your research.
Okay, thank you. Have you heard of Ghana?
This is about the killings in it's not about Peter Obi now. This is about the killings in Kaduna State.
Yes.
Please,
But
let's just stay on topic.
it's all to the end that we achieve this purpose. Like I said, if things are going to change, especially the killings in this southern Kaduna, if it's going to end at all, Peter Obi has to come in, because he's like our only option to actually destabilize these forces. But what I'm seeing here, especially the grassroots mobilization, is for the Labour Party, for Peter Obi to be voted in, is not very, very strong. I remember talking with many of them. In fact, the popularity of the Bat Shetima campaign here is more than any other presidential candidates. And I asked them, why do you want these men to win? It's not as if you actually know anything that these guys have done. Look at their antecedents. I try to educate them. Look at the things that these people are known for, the drug trafficking and the terrorism. And their sole purpose, their sole reason for wanting these men to win is that they know that Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that's what they said. I'm not the one saying it. This is what they said. I'm literally quoting their words. They said they know when they get into power, Bola Ahmed Tinubu will not last on that place. And within 2 years, he's going to die. So their brother is going to take over. Can you hear me? That's what they said. Their brother, Kasim Shetima, is going to take over. So it brought me to a conclusion that in this election that we're actually going to conduct, we have three categories of candidates, three categories of voters in this election. Number one, we have those that are voting for the common good of all the Nigerian people. Number two, we have the religious bigots. Number three, we have the tribal bigots. And this Southern Kaduna issue is something that my parents lived there. These killings have not started, they didn't start today. I've heard of killings in the north, not just Kaduna. It's glad that we are talking about Southern Kaduna today, but there are times things like this happen in Kano. Things like this happen in various other places. When my parents were young and before I was even born, they told me things like this happened when they were still dating. And I can't believe years after this kind of things have happened, while in 2022, almost over a decade after, these kind of things are still happening. I like the fact that we are all waking up to the reality of these issues and we are all speaking out and we're all talking. But let me tell you the truth. Because for those of us that live in the north presently, we will understand what I'm actually saying right now. It's goes beyond just talking on Twitter, just holding spaces and every of these things. Because in reality, many of the people that are going to vote, they are not on Twitter. They are not seeing the tweets. They are not engaging in Twitter posts. So these things will continue. We talk about the killings of the members of the Southern Kaduna community. We know the people perpetrating this act. They are the Fulani people. I'm sorry, I'm going to call out the tribes that I'm mentioning by their names. They are the Fulani militias that are carrying out these things. And they have been emboldened by the activity. They do these things and there are no consequences. Why? Because they have someone that is the chief of commander of the forces of the Nigerian military. They have someone that's the president. Now we can't go from 8 years of General Muhammadu Buhari, who is a Fulani man, and go into another 8 years of Atiku. It can't work. So beyond just, I'm trying my best to actually nobody's paying me for what I'm doing, but I'm educating others, speaking to them in the languages that they know. Many of them don't understand English. So how would they know Twitter? How would they be able to use Twitter? So I speak to them in their native languages and try to educate them, try to sensitize them, try to give them orientation on why Peter Obi is the better candidate. But I tell you the fact, it's been very, very difficult. It's been very, very difficult because religious sentiments and tribal sentiments has eaten deep into these people. It has eaten deep. So, first of all, I would like to ask if you can suggest a better way to me, because I really want to continue my own personal campaign. If you can teach me and educate me on a better way to actually help spread this word and get it deeper into their skulls, I will be very, very. It's actually me calling out for help now because the case in this place is actually quite critical. Quite critical. We talk about Southern Kaduna. Even here where I am, I'm telling the truth. Christians are like endangered species here. They are like endangered species in this place that we are. There are many things that Christians can't even do. They can't even say. Many times you can't even make loud noises and everything concerning crusades and all those kind of. You can't do it. So it's not just Southern Kaduna. I commiserate with the Southern Kaduna people. I sympathize with the Southern Kaduna people and I really feel their pain. But it goes beyond Southern Kaduna and all these things. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay, then thank you, Code. Bishop, would you want to respond to that? Because he has raised a very critical point right there. He wants to
Okay.
know how he can be able
All right.
to go ahead.
Sorry, help me with this. All right. So, I would like to say something, which I think I'm close to the campaign enough to say. There's a particular reason why Peter Obi has not visited Adamawa State. In his tour, or in his Nigerian tour, there are some certain reasons why he didn't visit Adamawa, and those reasons are very personal, known to very few people. So, but I can tell you that in Adamawa State, the presence of Obi is there. Earlier this year, or the middle of this year, when I say middle, or let's say towards the ending of this year, talking about September, October. I mean, we saw a lot of pools of people going to the street of Adamawa, which is a home of the criminal known as Atiku Abubakar to ask people on the street who they were going to vote for, and you can see that Peter Obi won that poll. So I'm not saying that the presence of obedience are everywhere in Adamawa. I'm just saying that we have strong, a very strong presence of obedience everywhere. So I'm likely not going to respond to questions now because I'm on my way. I'm on transit. So thank you very much, girls. But still reach out to me. Let me see what I can. Also, what I can do. I might contact people in that location and send them materials for them to keep the movement going. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bishop. So, Code, please do well to reach out to him. We are in this together. We all will have to work together to ensure we achieve victory. Because if someone like Peter were to be president, nonsense like this will not be happening. So we have to try all we can to ensure he becomes president. If you are in this space today, you live in Nigeria, you don't have your PVC, and there is no reason for you not to have your PVC, you just don't want to go get it, or you're feeling so lazy, then you are part of the problem. You are one of the enablers. And I'm not mincing words right here. You are one of the enablers of these people killing people in Kaduna. Because if you get your PVC, we will be able to vote in good leaders who will be able to handle these matters, right? So please do well to go get your PVC. Moving on real quick, we go over to Sub-Zero. After Sub-Zero, we will have Moskila. I'll just call him Moskila, I'm sorry. So we will come over to you. Maybe we'll come over to you. Tell me how to pronounce your name. But right now, Sub-Zero, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Hi, Pels. Hi, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Hi, Bishop. Now, I have certain things to say regarding this issue, and I want us to look at it beyond what is happening now and see what has happened before and what will likely happen after now. The real issue has to do with two things: culture and tradition, then religion. So we have an issue based on the culture and tradition of the people in that geographical location. And we have an issue based on the religion. Now, the Fulani Hausa man has that feeling, whether literate or illiterate, have that feeling of superiority. And it is an indoctrination that has been passed on to them from time immemorial, that is from generation to generation. You all recall that sometimes ago, 5 years ago, the slogan for Sokoto State was "Born to Rule." How can we have can we have a federation of 36 units, and a unit is kind of with with the slogan "Born to Rule"? Until there was an outcry and protest against that slogan before it was dropped, and now they changed it to the seat of the caliphate. So there is that thing in the mentality of the average Muslim Fulani man, of the average Muslim Hausa man, that whatever it is, they must always get power. They must always be in power. They must always be in the position of authority. They must always be there to that whoever is not of their niche in terms of religion and tribe is inferior to them. And look at what Buhari did. Buhari came and established a Fulani government. All of this Fulani herdsmen killing were not so rife, were not so big this way until Buhari came in. Go and listen back to the interviews people, media men had with victims of kidnapping, victims of these Fulani herdsmen. They always tell you that they say the Fulani says said they own Nigeria, that they are in charge. Their brother is in government, is the commander in chief. No one can do anything to them. They own the land, they own everything. And that is the way it has been. When have you had Governor El Rufai condemn these killings? He knows those who are doing these killings. He knows. When have you had Buhari condemn these killer herdsmen? So the leaders in terms of religion, the leaders, the cultural leaders, the kings, the chiefs, the imams, they are enabling this crisis. They are condoning all of these things. They are not condemning these things. Even during this election, you have had them come out and say, if you don't vote for APC, if you don't vote for us, we will deal with you, we will kill you. This is on tape. They campaign with so much violence against anybody who is not aligned with them. So these things, it goes even beyond electing a different president. It's about the people and the leaders in that place. How can a human being be comfortable with the killings of other people because they profess a different religion, because they come from a different tribe, because they have a different culture? How can that be a problem? The average Christian, like the last speaker said, is under siege in the north, just on the basis of religion. So these are the things we must be talking about. And I tell you, the South can do little to change the situation until the people who are in the north realizes this thing. Okay, look at the example of Deborah. Deborah was burnt alive for a cooked up allegation. And we have prominent people in Nigeria on Twitter, prominent people in government who approve the killings, who tweeted to support the killing of Deborah. Is that not barbaric? Where are the culprits today? Have they been arrested? Have they been tried? Even Atiku had to delete his tweets. So who is going to change these things? Who? So we can only cry and cry and cry and cry. Nothing will change. Before you know it, another series of death will happen again, and it will go away. Okay, in a state where you have majority of Muslims and a large number of Christians too, El-Rufai came in and chose a Muslim ticket, and nothing happened. And they are still running on a Muslim ticket, and they are bringing this thing to the national level back, where they have chosen Shetima and Tinubu, who will speak for the Christians. There is a plan to take over Nigeria, and it is what we should resist.
Okay,
So,
Sub-Zero, do you want to start rounding up in 30 seconds? Thank you.
okay, yes, I'll round up. And the little I have to say is this: the government, several governments in the north are complicit, the emirs are complicit, the sheikhs are complicit, the imams are complicit, the leaders are complicit, and they are happy with it. They want to annihilate, they want to wipe out other tribes and other religion away from the north. They are the only one practicing Sharia today in a secular nation. So they're happy with it. Only God. For me, well, I don't see any practical solution because it is what they want that they are doing and they are enjoying it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sub-Zero, for your submission. So, guys, I would like for us to focus more on the solutions to this. We all know what the problems are. Digging deeper into it will not bring us the solutions we crave for. So, Moskila Tata, I'm gonna pass the mic over to you. After you, we'll go over to Omoyawe and then Aku. So please, I would like for you to try to focus more on solutions if you can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You actually got the name correct this time around. Bishop, I appreciate what you're doing. Wayme, I see you. Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to respond to some of the submission that were earlier on made by some of our speakers. Earlier on, somebody said that change of government doesn't really matter. Wouldn't really change anything. And first and foremost, my heart goes out to everybody who have lost a loved one in Kaduna. What has happened there is very sad and is very disheartening. And I pray that the souls will rest in peace. And I want to respond to that speaker. The speaker said that change of government wouldn't change anything. I think it's very naive of him to say that, or he's just being disingenuous. The truth is that the Nigerian president is the most powerful president anywhere in the world, in that the Nigerian president can single-handedly change things in the country that ordinarily the American president can't do in America. The Nigerian president is so powerful. And these people who have held Nigeria down, they know it. They know it's a leader. That is why they are fighting everything to make sure that the Nigerian people don't elect a leader that would listen to them and that will dance to the tune of the other average Nigerian. I want us to note this, that change of leadership will go a long way in solving the problems we are having in Nigeria. The insecurity problems we are having in southern Kaduna, the insecurity problems we are having in Benue, in Plateau State, and currently in Enugu State. And I also want to point out that most time our journalists they have been complicit in this in all this show of shame or this insecurity that is going on in the country, in that they fail to adequately give the adequate reportage of what is happening in society. Recently, a lot of communities have been sacked in Enugu State, and is not being given attention in the public space. Even in Twitter spaces, it's not receiving adequate attention. And why am I bringing this to this place? Sometimes people will come and tell you, it's not verified, it's not verified. I was opportunity to speak to somebody, a woman whose community was actually ransacked by this Fulani herdsmen. And she confirmed to me, she said when she heard that her community, Fulani raided her community, and that some bodies were brought to Parkland in Enugu State. That's a hospital, teaching hospital in Enugu State. She quickly ran to the hospital because it was her community. She ran there to see if she can identify anybody from her family. And she told me personally that she could count 40 bodies. That was in a day, in a single day, 40 bodies. She told me she could count 40 bodies that were being taken to the morgue. So the truth is that most of those things, they are being suppressed by the media. And thank God for spaces like this. And that is why I appreciate Bishop and the rest of us who come out on Twitter spaces to call out all these things. Now, the solution is for us to put all our effort to bring a regime change. Most of us, we say that one of the solutions is to tag these foreign bodies to come to our aid, and all those things. But I don't believe in all those things. In that, it doesn't profit the West for Nigeria to prosper. I want to say it again. It doesn't profit the West for an African nation like Nigeria to start doing well. The truth is that every continent cannot be doing well. It's either some continents are very rich and others are poor. The poor continents being the ones that supply the resources that power on the rich continents. It has always been like that, and it's economics. Everybody cannot be rich. Just like in Lagos, everybody cannot be rich in Lagos. There has to be a poor man that will be at the gate. So that is how it is. These Western nations, they know what is happening in Nigeria. So don't kid yourself when you say, you're going to tag Biden, you're going to tag this person, you're going to tag that person. CIA monitor what is going on in big nations like Nigeria. They know exactly what is happening. Even I can even tell you, I can even bet my chest that they monitor these spaces that we have on Twitter, as especially if it's large spaces that reach up to 500, 600, 1,000 spaces. They monitor all those communications. You understand? So they know exactly what is happening. Not only CIA, the British government too, through the MI5 and MI6, the Mossad, all of them, they monitor this. So they know exactly what is happening. For them to keep silent is because they are not willing to help. So let's not kid ourselves. Nigeria will be saved by Nigerians. And the surest way of saving Nigeria is to change this regime. And when I say this regime, of course, we all know that Buhari's regime is coming to an end. I'm talking about the people who have been in government since 1999. These people, we need to remove them, we need to retire. And the surest way of doing it is through the ballot. God has been magnanimous to us in that He has influenced the heart of Buhari to give us beavers. to put in some certain things in the electoral law that can at least give us 90% free and fair election. That 90%, we ought to run with it. Every one of us, we ought to run with it. This is not the time to say, this guy is a Igbo man, this guy is Yoruba. I want somebody from my tribe. No. Tribal politics have not helped us in Nigeria. Religious politics have not helped us in Nigeria. The truth is that Nigerians need to realize that there are only two tribes in Nigeria. There is only two classes in Nigeria. Those who are at the top, the elite, and those who are just the common men. That is the truth. Okay, look at the killings that have happened. How many of our church leaders have come out to say, to put out a press statement and condemn what has happened? How many of them? How many of them? When the Enugu one happened, how many of them came out? How many of them came out to condemn it? So the truth is, Nigeria, we are left alone to enforce this regime change. I want to encourage every one of us, as much as we are praying and praying for God's intervention, I want to let you know that God has given us everything that we need to bring about this regime change. If you stay at home during the election and you don't come out and vote, there's nothing God can do for you. Angels will not come and vote. Prayer points will not be counted on that day. Your ballot papers will be counted. So I want to encourage us, get your people involved. Call people in the rural areas. Call people in your villages. Your parents at the village. Call them. Your friends at the village. Your friends in other cities around the country. If you cannot vote, you are outside the nation. Make sure that somebody somewhere is casting a vote for you. Support what people are doing on ground to bring about a regime change. The truth is that many Nigerians, we all know who is actually right for Nigeria amongst the four top contenders. We know them. We know the right person. I don't want to mention names. We know the right person. So let us not allow tribal sentiments or religious sentiments to deny us of this opportunity to make things right. The truth is that Nigeria has gotten to a point that our credit ratings have gone so low that countries are finding it difficult to lend us money. And if things continue in this trajectory, it will get to a point that Nigeria can no longer source for funds. Nigerian bonds will no longer be subscribed by international community. So we cannot raise money to fund our budget. And when that time comes, there is going to be anarchy in the society. There is going to be anarchy. Are we going to wait for that time to come when the government can no longer fund the payment of salaries to workers? Are we going to allow that time to come when the government can no longer fund the military because there is no money anywhere? We need to rise up, Nigerians. I yield the mic at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I agree with you. We really need to wake up for those of us that have been sleeping. And the regime change is the most lasting solution to this. And if you don't have your PVC here, I don't know. I really don't know. I know some people have issues with INEC. I don't know what's going on there. In so many other places, there are PVCs ready for collection, and people are not coming to collect. And one thing you said that I really liked is if you cannot vote, if you're in a place where you don't have PVC, maybe you're in the diaspora and you cannot vote, to ensure that you mobilize people that can vote for you. For instance, I was able to mobilize INEC to register 583 people for their PVCs, and as at now, close to 300 of them have collected their PVCs. I've also reached out to INEC, and they told me that every single person I registered, they will try to ensure that they get their PVCs. So please do go to PVCs. If there is any challenge, maybe transportation or whatever you have issues going to get PVCs, do well to reach out to us. Reach out to me. I was able to call someone's boss the other day to let her go get her PVC because she was complaining, oh, she's working, she's not able to go. I collected her boss's number all the way from here. I then called him. Guess what he told me? He said, hey, I gave her permission to go register for her PVC. She has not told me she wants to go get it. If she tells me she wants to go, I will let her go. So she did not even make an attempt. She was just scared that, oh, if she tells this man she wants to go get her PVC, the man is not going to let her go. If you do not try, how are you going to know? Don't just sit somewhere and assume your PVC is not ready. Don't just say, stay somewhere and think maybe your boss or whoever is not going to let you go get your PVC. Try, make a request. There is a holy book said, a closed mouth is a closed destiny. If you don't open your mouth to request, how are you gonna get it? If you not request, if you not seek, how are you gonna find? Please and please and please, regardless of whatever we say here today, your PVC is your weapon. It's the biggest weapon you can use to fight these people. It is the biggest weapon. And if you're not armed with that weapon, what I don't know how you're gonna achieve it. You can wish from now till forever, it's not gonna happen for you. So please, 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 is there any reason I'm saying that again? There is a reason I'm hammering on that. If you have challenges going to get your PVC, if you think it's something I can handle, please do well to reach out to me. Please, please. I've been able to please help over 100 people on Twitter Spaces that I don't even know to go get their PVCs. And I'm ready to do more. Please, guys, please. Okay, I will pass the mic over now to Omoyawe. After Omoyawe, we will have Aku, and then we'll go on from there. Omo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening, Pels. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone for their support and love for this country. Everyone who have find time to be on these spaces and giving out advice, solution on how we can tackle this terrible incident in this country. I think we have had things in this country for a very long time, but this is like a end time to our country because the killings is getting way too much, like way too much. Of recently, we had the massacre in Ondo. I can't remember again. Now we are having another one in South Kaduna. Before then, I just threw my enlightenment on the PVC collection mobilization. I really wish everyone to go get their PVC. For now, the INEC, they are really trying their best. I went there to collect my PVC and the process was very smooth. And I urge people to go there. I got to INEC office around 8:25. They started about 9 o'clock, and I can tell you before 9:30, I'm done with my PVC collection. The way it's being organized is very smooth, and I urge everyone to please go and collect your PVC. Like as Miss Pearl said, the PVC is our weapon, and we can't fight against them with our guns, but we can fight against them with our PVC. Now, speaking of the killing in South Kaduna, I will always say this, and I will still continue to say this. Our problem, our biggest problem have always been our Senate or the Senate seat. We don't have a strong Senate who can actually stand for the people. You see the idea that will come to your constituency, come to your local government, start hugging those women they have never hugged in their life and start conversing for votes so that they will rep the constituency in the House of the Senate, but they will go there and start doing their own business. I say that if we really want to change the narrative of this country, we have to actually checkmate this rep, these people who will come to the locals and deceive them just to get into the seat and take away the fat box and all the money. We have to really look upon that scene. Like, even as we are fighting for the presidency to change and so that we can have a competent leader who as a president, we should also consider that seat of Senate. You see, other countries like the United States of America, the Senate have more power even than the president. If the Senate go against you as a president, you just thank God for your life, like you just be praying. So we have to actually work on that Senate. So every killings in this country, we should hold the Senate accountable. We should hold them accountable. Another thing is also the idea of, you see, when people are talking about the idea of this community policing, people are just looking at it as if it's a way of for the maybe for the governors or for the locals to actually maybe use it as their own weapon. We should start thinking about community policing. I have a brother who is serving in the army. He spent 6 months in Kaduna before he was stationed before he's been stationed at Abia State. I asked him a question one day, like, what is the problem with the army? Like, they can't actually eradicate this terrorist. He said something like, "It's not about the army. The army have all the auxiliary, they have all the utility, they have the weapons. All they need is just an unbiased leader who will give the command, like go, just go and bring all these people to book." He made a very shocking revelation that most of the attacks in Nigeria, sometimes the military have a first-hand information like some attack will happen, even though they will not have the information when the attack is being going on, but they have, sometimes they have information about when the attack will happen, or they have the aftermath where they can track these terrorists and cut them off. But who is going to give the order? Is it going to be the private or a copper that will tell a captain that they should go after this criminal? Because these people answer to the head, they answer to the chief. And without the chief command giving out command, they won't go. So see, that's why I will always say this. Our Senate, our traditional rulers, we need to start holding them responsible for all these killings in this country. The president is just one man. We have up to about 390 something as the Senate, and we have so many traditional rulers who can actually bring the president to his name. One more thing is the power that is being given to the central. I think we should also work on that. But right now, I think decentralization can really help this country. We need to cut off so much power that is being given to the federal, because when something happens in your local government, you go to the commissioner of police. The commissioner of police will tell you that he has not received an order from Abuja. Before the order will go to Abuja and come back to your local again. How? Like, how does that system even work out for us? So we have to like actually cut off so much power that is being given to that central. Like decentralization, let them have a little power, and let each state has their own autonomy and power to work on. Okay. Before I round up, I quickly want to say that we should also concentrate the idea of the best way to help this country is to hello. Now
Ivan, please round up in 30 seconds. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Another thing I also maybe are not looking at before I round up is the food shortage in this country. And for many of us who are conversant with history, we can actually tell the war that happens in Rwanda, it was because of food shortage that actually broke out the civil war in Rwanda that lasted for about 10 years. And I pray we don't experience that. So please, let us focus on the idea of helping this country in choosing our rightful leaders. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Omar. There is this story of one young army officer like that. I don't know. I bet a lot of people here will know that story. So him and his team went to fight the Boko Haram people, and then he defeated them, rounded up some of them, and handed them over to his bosses. And he was hailed as a hero and everything. And another time he went to fight again. Guess what? These same people he handed over to his bosses were the same people fighting him. They were out. They were more armed. In fact, they were even more than what he even anticipated. So at the end of the day, um, I think he summarily executed all of them. Then he was arrested. I think he was court-martialed, and then he sadly had to take his own life because he couldn't stand the whole thing. Very, very unfortunate story right there. Anytime I remember that young man, um, I feel so very sad for him to know that the Nigerian army is doing this kind of thing. It's very, very unfortunate. So, guys, moving on real quick, let me pass the mic over now to Aku. Aku, thank you very much for waiting so patiently. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Hi, Bishop. Hi, Pearl. I mean, good job you guys are doing here. And hi to all obedience and entirely Nigerians. Well, it's very, very unfortunate, very sad to see how human lives are being wasted in Nigeria. I mean, there's no way we could like look at these things and try to defend it. It's not defensible. There's no way we can do that. I mean, the last 7 years or so, 2 weeks, I was just, doing my own research. In the last 7 years of this administration, we've had about 50 something thousand people killed just in the last 7 years as a result of insecurity. And it's something that should be worrying everybody, regardless of your political affiliation, regardless of your tribe or even religion. And
If you look at these things closely, insecurity started around the northeast area, especially things that has to do with terrorism, and moved down to northwest. From northwest down to north central, and north central to southwest, and now is in the southeast. Enugu State, some parts of Enugu State now, people are leaving their communities because of I don't know, certain bandits or whoever they call themselves, terrorists, terrorizing people around that houses. So once put it out there, and it was on the news. Our reporter picked it up as well. That Trump has established their base in the southwest. It might sound very funny to everyone for here, but it's not funny to me because this is about my life, my future, and that of my country. So, you going to still, tell this particular political party who has put us here to like keep our job well done by still going out there to talk about APC? Hell no, you're not. Don't do that. Recall that same APC, Buhari once said to us at some point that an attack on Boko Haram is an attack on the north. I'm also putting out here to every one of us that the same APC literally refused to name sponsors of terrorism in this country. If you don't know what you're dealing with, this is not about obedient or not obedient. It's about a serious issue. And it needs to sink right away. It needs to sink. That this is a very, very serious problem that can affect anybody, regardless of who you are, wherever you're from. Going forward, I just want to like divert a bit. You see, now we're talking about these killings in southern Kaduna. Trust me, just give it like today. After today, now maybe this whole conversation will die off, and I'll tell you why. The people you're dealing with are master strategists. I am telling you the truth. Anyway, the people you're dealing with, they know the game. They are playing the game full on. What they might start doing, from what I'm just trying to observe, in my own opinion, is that they might just start to bring up certain narrative that will change this whole Southern Kaduna conversation. And just try to put everybody's eyes away from it. They know that if these conversations continue going, of course, to be on a bad side for them, considering the fact that the governor from that state is APC. So I'm seeing already conversations on the timeline and how people are trying to bring in IPOB into this conversation, into things that have to do with Nigerian matters. As obedient, do not fall for it. I would personally advise we sustain the conversation of this Southern Kaduna issue and don't fall to their plans of trying to change the narrative. Whatever they're going to bring up with iPod to make sure they take your minds off this Southern Kaduna stuff. It's a very, very honest advice, and it's going to happen very soon. You're going to be seeing it on the timeline. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, it's already happening. There's been a space now that is having over 500 people now. That criminal Simon Ekpa is on that stage. So just to let you know now, these people are strategists. They know what they're doing. They want to change the narrative. Do not allow them. Stand on it. Also, talking about strategy, they also know that in the Southeast, the only way they can be able to suppress votes is probably by using that same criminal, to put fear in the hearts of the people. We are not going to allow that. If you're an Igbo person here, I'm being honest with you, and you know anybody doing this, you better talk to that person because this is a critical time, and it's going to affect every one of us if you're not careful. So they want to try start causing issues or try putting fear in the minds of the people, so that on that part of the country, I mean, the number of votes maybe Peter Obi might get would definitely reduce in a way. So all of us, really, this is a warfare. This is a psychological warfare. This is information warfare. I mean, obviously, it's very, very clear. You know, they know what they're doing. So my advice is, please, let's understand those things that I've always known that APC has not been doing well. Let's maintain it on the timeline. Let's keep voicing them out, especially the killings in this southern Kaduna. I don't fall for any other narrative, that might derail us, and then, obedience will start being on defensive mode. Having said that, please, if like everybody has said, if you don't have a PVC, you're doing yourself that disservice. This is really a matter of life and death. I advise you go and collect your PVC. Nigeria must be better in our lifetime, but it's not going to happen. Your favorite candidate will not win this election, no matter how popular he is, without that your single vote, without that vote of your friends, your family members. Are you the mic? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aku. Sorry, guys, I got knocked out by a call, but I'm back now. So we're gonna end this space in about 30 minutes from now. So let's just do it real quick, pass the mic around, and let's all contribute to this conversation. Now let's go over to Naira Exchange. After Naira Exchange, we're gonna have Gogo, Patrick, and then and so on and so forth. Naira Exchange, how are you doing today?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Carl. Hello, everybody on the space. I thank you also for channeling the conversation to solution, because sometimes you hear things and it begins to look as if there's no solution. So I want to say, first of all, to everyone that we can't wait till Obi becomes the president to solve the killing in Southern Kaduna. We can't put people's lives at risk and say we're going to wait for till May to stop people being killed and slaughtered and women being torn apart. It's not acceptable. Then, secondly, I want to say to everybody, and I want to say this clearly, that the solution is known to the government. Let me say that again. The solution of Southern Kaduna is known to the government, but they don't want to implement the solution to that area. Why do I say that? In March, I was in Abuja, and there was killing in southern Kaduna in March. I still have the pictures that were sent to me by a friend, and she was asking for money to relocate her mom because her mom um, was caught up in the killings and everything, and she was trying to relocate to Abuja. So this has been going on for a while. There has been discussions by the various groups. There have been papers released on what the solution is. The government does not want to implement the solution. So let's put the government on the hot seat here. Thirdly, Southern Kaduna is not the only place in Nigeria where there is crisis between communities or where there's a religious crisis. I want to use an example of a place where it's solved, and I'll tell you why they solved the problem, and those people are living relatively in peace. And it's a town in Bayelsa State called Brass. I don't know how many people know about that location, Brass, in Bayelsa State. Brass is an island off the coast of Nigeria. But why is Brass important? Brass is important because Ajib has their terminal in Brass. So all the oil from the oil fields are pumped to Brass, and then from Brass is pumped to ships. Because Nigerian government is interested in selling oil and the oil companies are interested, there was a problem with two communities on Brass. One is the Brass Central community, and the other is a community called Opoma. Anybody from Bayelsa State will know this we're talking about. It's called Opoma. And how did they solve this problem? Brass and Opoma had a problem and they were killing each other. They cited a military base on Opoma, and they made it that a rule that you cannot move between the two communities without
Hello?
guard. There were things that were put in place between those
Hello?
two communities. There are things that have
Sorry
taken
about
place
that,
within
Naira
those two
Exchange. Please go
communities.
ahead. Timothy, do you want to mute your mic? Thank you.
There were things that have taken place within these two communities. Till today, if you're moving between Brass and Okoma, you are giving permits to move around. The government is monitoring whatever is happening there because they need peace on that island to be able to pump oil into the ships. So what am I saying? If government wants to stop the killing today, they can put a military installment there or a police installment, and there'll be relative peace. Now, relative peace doesn't mean that that's the way it should go, but they can stop the bloodletting. They can end it today. But you see, the government doesn't want to do that because somebody has a stake in the kind of genocidal mindset to wipe out people. And that's why we should call the government to order and not just say people should go and pray or people should go and call the international community. The Buhari should be held responsible for the lives that are being killed right now in Brass. And let me say this to the government and the Abado boys and the articulated people that are on this stage. When you're in charge of a people and you're allowing genocide to happen, the International Court of Justice has made rules whereby you can be indicted for not doing your responsibility as somebody that is in a place. So those that are the army commanders in the area, the people that are in government, somebody can take you to the International Court of Justice and seek retribution because you've allowed people to be killed. So I think we should be very straightforward about this. The government should, as a matter of urgency, stop the bloodletting in Southern Kaduna. It's enough. We don't want people dying anymore. We don't want mothers and children and young people being killed. And we cannot wait for May for blood for them to stop people being killed. They've done it in other places in Nigeria where they spend money to make sure there is peace. The government should do that in Southern Kaduna and end this bloodletting immediately. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much for that, Naira Exchange. So moving on real quick, let me pass the mic over to Patrick. No, let's take Gogo first, like I said before, and then we'll come over to you. Hi, Gogo.
Hello, thank you very much for this opportunity. I will be very, very quick with my submission. When it comes to this Kaduna killing, first we need to look at the evidence that the community provided, the sophistication or the sophisticated weapon or cartridge or whatever the bullet cartridge that was found or that were used for this massacre. In fact, this is just my personal opinion. Government agencies knows what is going on. This is just my personal opinion because you can't tell me how is that kind of sophisticated bullet entered into this country and it was not dictated. How were these people able to have access to this sophisticated bullets? And let's be clear, this is not about political party or it's not about the candidate you are supporting. Today, it is Southern Kaduna. It is Enugu. Tomorrow, it might be my village. It might be your village. So this is a very critical time that everybody has to come together, irrespective of your political party, irrespective of the candidate you are supporting. And this is a war that is being declared on Nigerians by the political class. So it does not matter whom the political party you are supporting. And the only weapon that we have to fight this war is our PVCs. Come 2023, go to your polling unit, vote the candidate of your choice that your own conscience tells you that this person will perform. Let's be clear. You see, it is only we, the masses, it is only we, the common people, that are allegiance to political parties. Look at the high political class people. Look at people like Atiku, who moved from APC from PDP to APC and APC back to PDP. And the same with other people. Even my principal, I am a great supporter of P2B as well. None of them I would say none of them, is a kind of, none of them has this political allegiance. But it's we, the common people. But the question here is, who among all these contestants will bring us out of this mess that we are in the country? Who among all these contestants will, deliver us from this mayhem that APC and PDP has put us for the past 23 years in this country? For me, my conscience tells me it is P2B. If your own conscience, being unbiased, tells you that it is any other candidate, go out to the polling unit, vote for that person. But let's remove political alliance. Let's remove ethnicity for this, because tomorrow it might be my village, it might be your village. That's all I have to say, my people. Let us go out there in 2023 and vote. Let's vote massively. And I don't think that APC or PDP is the answer to this question. My reason is this: all these political criminals, all these thieves that are in political parties, they are all in APC and PDP, and they have been in power for the past 23 years. They have not done anything. Things move worse, things get worse and worse, and they can never be answered to our prayers. Tinubu or Atiku can never be answered to our prayers. So let us vote them out and let's put in a new political party. And if they don't perform, next election, we vote them out again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Google, for that permission. Thanks for being so passionate about what you believe in. I agree with you. The major crux of this matter is bad leadership. Bad leadership. Everything boils down to bad leadership. So if we can get the very competent leader in, he has promised us, he has assured us that he is going to take care of securing the nation. Though some people saying, oh, why is he not telling us how he's going to do that? Like, come on. If he were to tell you right I was supposed to fly in on 20th of this month, but I couldn't come in. Why? Because I am scared.